What's going on, buddy boyos? How's everyone doing? How's everyone been? Welcome to SNC, Sunday Night Co-op Weekend Chat Random Discussion, episode 99. Here we are. Here it comes, guys. Episode 100's right fucking there. We are live. We are, in fact, live. Let's hit the fucking music. Hit the music and let's get this shit started. We got 10 viewers in here. Oh my god. Pretty good number for the night. Put the music down a little bit. We only got 5 viewers now. Oh my god, they keep falling off like roaches, dude. Every time. We are live. Yes, Emrios, we are in fact live. How's it going? What's going on, buddy? What's up, RH? How's it going? What's up? Yeah. Let's go. Medic and Coping. What's up, buddy boyo? How's everybody doing? Didn't stream last weekend, I believe, so yeah, we're here. Told you guys I'd be back. Abe-san has fallen. May he rest with Hirohito, or Hirohito. Oh man, yeah, that's some big news. What's going on over there in fucking the land of the rising sun? You were alive during the time smoking was allowed in bars, restaurants. It's fucking over. SNC has 99 problems, but a biatch ain't one. Aw, man. Ain't that the fucking truth? Happy going out for a pack of cigs. Yeah, he is, dude, for sure. Oh my god. Minty Fresh. What's up, dude? Let's go. What's up, Minty Fresh? We got Jack Nickelback in the house. What's up, buddy boyo? How you been, man? How you been? It's been a while. I don't see you on the weekday streams anymore, so. Well, what's been the big news? What's been the big news right this past week, dude? Like, well, you had Shinzo Abe getting offed, an assassination. Dude made a homemade shotgun effectively. It's unbelievable. And then you have these like climate protests going on. People are like literally protesting everywhere right now in my area over the climate and stuff like that, and driving cars and stuff like that. It's crazy with the oil crisis and stuff like that. Inflation still at the fucking wazoo. Yeah. Nice. Been away from the computer, handling shit. Yeah, I hear you there. Yeah. Definitely doing the work. Yeah, dude, do the work. Have sex, see you in space at Abe-san. No, the memes. I wonder why he did it too. I wonder why he did it. You got to question that. What's going on? Then you had the shooting that literally just happened in what was it, Highland Park, or they call that place in Chicago. I'm like, okay, so like a stream of like events happening all at once. All these happenings, these like a miniature happenings, making like a big happening right now. Kind of weird if you think about it like that. Like all these little small happenings are making like waves. So at the same time. Spend my savings paying parking fees equals doing the work. Oh. What's up, Mystery? What's up, dude? What's up, VR? Chinese were mocking Abe's death on social media so much for the idea that they are civilized compared to the West. Yeah, I don't understand why we ever thought that to begin with. Obviously, some of these places have like long grievances from the past that they can't just like overlook. It's not about them being like more civilized or not. It's just a matter of like they probably have old bad blood over there for various things that were done to them during the war. Like they probably hear stories about this stuff in their culture all the time. So that doesn't matter. Like they're prejudiced because of like just because of, like some part of the West thing or some shit like that. So but yeah, who knows? You know, they might not actually like the Japanese too much. I've heard enough from Jolks to know that like people Asians know other Asians from other Asians. So it's like you can't just like you aren't just all gonna be like thinking on the same shit all the time. You know, could be conflict all the time. You know. Ouch. Any big plan for episode 100, dude? Nothing. No one's coming on, dude. No one wants to come on. I got no big guests. I'm not even lying. I've utterly failed as a streamer. Ivy looks like the Japanese George Bush. Got a new job, and the Black Pill's too real boyos. It's just so damn brutal and over, guys. Yeah, shit's over, dude. It's over for Japan officially. Their birth rate's so fucking low, dude. So is South Korea's. Shit's crazy. What else happened? I feel like there was something else that also happened in the U.S. or something like that. Oh yeah, yeah. These Dutch farmers going crazy in their country, saying they're trying to cut back on climate initiatives and stuff like that, and they're trying to like get these farmers off their land. The farmers are saying "fuck you," like we're not getting off our land. So now it's like a huge like dispute now. Yeah, it's really weird. Japan is fucked, lol. Korea is about to reunite. Well, yeah, they might as well, dude, because there's not a lot going on in either one of those countries to begin with, anyway. Dutch communism, here we come. Land of the rising virginity. Over for my cheat day at 2300. Yeah, dude, I hear you there. I didn't really cheat too bad today, though. I think I had a pretty good day. But I didn't really work out today either, so kind of like I was with a bad boy a little bit this past week. The crime keeps going up in South Africa, and there's been mass shootings here as well, guys. Shit's crazy. Her world going insane right now. Just unbelievable. Inkles can only cheat with food. No spinning plates here. I had a brutal workout. My favorite African American, Elon Musk, has 9 children. I can't even have one. Elon Musk. Happy Sunday, my fellow supreme gentlemen. Oh my god. Help the noodle for prepare for her first amateur fight. Yo, you gotta react to this video from Superhead. She said most men have small dicks. What the fuck? I guess wouldn't she know? I don't know. How would she possibly know? There's a lot more to it than that, but man, is that video insane? Sorry for all the spelling mistakes that comes with me across this low IQ, shaking my head. Oh man, it's fine, dude. I just read them anyway. Call it a day. I guess Japan will take away gun rights now. Oh wait, yeah, there's nothing to take away anymore over there, dude. Most men have shrimp dick. That shrimp dick. Oh man, it's over for us. Superhead, ugh, bro. Yeah, just disgusting, dude. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Let's see. Let's put some stuff up real quick. Let's get some stuff. So let's see. Let's start with some memes here. Got enough viewers now. We just need some memes. Come on, load up. I mean, this chick here. If you want to take a look at this chick here, she has like literally has 2 asses, dude. It's unbelievable. She's so fat. Look at it. She has an ass in the front and an ass in the back. How is this possible? How much fat are you shoving down into your fupa? Or whatever they call that fucking thing, dude. It's just disgusting. What is this? It's like fucking cankles here. Just fucking this. It's a blob. Sweet mother of God. Quadruple cheeked up, dude. Tell me about it. Gross. This chick is nasty. That buddy boy with hydraulics. All women are women. Type beat. If you were women, oh woman, would you date you? Probably not. You would want Chad. Probably not too wrong there. Clever remarks. Well, what do you say? Let's see. Hold on. Women want the great Cthulhu. Want that great Cthulhu? Oh yeah. Wasn't that a meme I showed? I feel like I have a meme. I feel like I have a meme for that. Pubis is a medical term for the region of the body. The more you know. Yeah, dude, I guess so. Emailed the video. Okay, I'll pull it up. I can't even keep up, you know. Since when can whales breathe on land? Dude, it's been a few years now. Pull some memes up real quick. Let's do it. Probably isn't fucking real, but who knows? Maybe it's fucking real. Here we go. Taken by the T-Rex. Christy Sims. My God. This is the kind of dribble that fucking comes out of fucking, see it like a Walmart. It's just unbelievable. Your parents betrayed you. Probably did. It's 5-inch. PP small. Dude, it's over for you. I think 5.5 is the average, if I recall correctly. I think so too. I think it's the average. You might have to be okay, depending on how ran through shit, I guess. You know what they say about the reptile with small arms? Take the dino pill. It's just unbelievable, dude. Fat bitches in Walmart scooter need to die. This country's so fucking fucked, dude. Five inches average, but average is below average. Yep. Let's keep going here. Here be the women, dude. Here be the crazy women, dude. Here they go. Bitches be like, if you ain't at least 6'4", swipe left. What in the fuck's going on with the women, dude? Look at this shit. Look at the fupa. The gunt. The GUNT. The gunt. This street sounds like it's over and don't give a fuck attitude today. Yeah, I can't. I don't like to say I don't give a fuck today. Truth be told. American chicks are disgusting. They really are. Ugly ass. Yeah. She wants the T-Rex to get freaky with her. Oh god. Men be like, she doesn't have a 44-inch fupa. I'm swiping right. Let's do some more memes. Here's a quick meme. Women of America, take the pledge. Because SCOTUS overturned Roe v. Wade, we cannot take the risk of an unintended pregnancy. Therefore, we will not have sex with any man, including our husbands, unless we are trying to become pregnant. Hashtag sex strike. Well, there you go. Quick meme. Women once again proving their value. Very true. When a guy with nothing to live for goes ER in a movie, people understand, but in real life, when a guy got nothing to live for, he goes ER, people don't understand. Yeah, I don't get it either, dude. It's probably because like you can like see the guy's internal like monologue in the movie, but you can't see it in the fucking you can't see it in real life, obviously. So it's like maybe that's part of the problem where it's like, oh yeah, I can kind of relate to why that guy went crazy, but the other guy didn't go crazy for no reason at all. It's like, okay, dude, like, yeah, shit's crazy, dude. Women just a series of holes. Floyd's on snuggle strike. Floyd's most affected. Yep. I don't know. Didn't vasectomy inquiries go up to triple digits? Yeah, it did. People are like literally self-terminating at this point, dude. Unbelievable. Base observation. This strike's gonna affect me big time. Huh. Christian Bale with Chad. What do you mean he went ER? Also, the ESRG thing is real. I'm just not. They put a random same-sex couple in a brief 5-second scene at the end, ESRG maxing is gonna be the norm in movies. Yeah, it's just crazy, dude. How corporate everything's gotten so fucking because this ESRG score, the one we talked about before, that's a really big problem in my opinion. You only want the whole, and they know it. His character in the movie, he goes ER all the gods because he didn't everything in life the right way and still suffered. She has been soy for 3 years though. Yeah, it's true. Women just exist and win. They still complain about bullshit and how they are victims in the modern world. I can't deal with the delusional people. Back in the 90s, it was all about the ESRB. Now it's the ESRG score. Facts. Yeah, dude. It's unbelievable. Just going crazy right now. What is this one? Find some articles real quick. I'm not finding any good memes right now, actually, to be told. I'm not real. ESRB. It's not ER if Chad does it, it's impossible. For us non-boomers, ESRG score was a video game rating for the general mature, etc. Do a quick meme here. Here, it's for you. You'll eat the bugs. You will live in the pod. You will own nothing. And you'll be happy. You'll eat the bugs. You will live in the pod. You'll own nothing. And you'll be happy. That's what they always tell you, right? What they always tell you. Eat the bugs. Fuck, dude. You will eat the bugs. I'm looking at pictures of the end. It's all women, and I 100% create a hybrid. I'm not choosy at all. Dang, buddy. Renting video games via stores with base as fuck. Yeah. The 90s memories are the best. Do you agree with leaving the West? I agree. Go ahead and I don't see why not. You see, worried Blockbuster wouldn't let me rent a radio game back in the day. Back then. Klaus Shaw would be the perfect James Bond villain. He would be. Never get up. Keep eating the bugs. You'll be happy. Never get up. Don't get up. If what he literally said, don't get up. I was like, fuck, dude. I think Albert Wesker called that one out. Good on him. Here's another one. Here we go. All right, boys. Remember what you're fighting for, boys. Pride parades, a Muslim France, corporate profits, gender transition surgeries, mixed grandkids who will hate me. Yeah, what did all you guys die for? What was the point? They died for this? That's what it really comes down to, right? Fighting for OnlyFans. That's what it kind of feels like, you know? Nobody joined the military, lol. Yep, no one joined the military. That's another big story I should covered a few weeks ago. Yeah. Confidence Live was there for thousands of years until Faith LMS came. I'm waiting on OnlyFans commercials and sponsorships in the sports. Who knows, dude? Probably coming. I think Ape's video on desperate men and single moms. I said what I've been thinking for forever. Single moms can't lose, and the simping men are here just to make it worse in every possible way. Yeah, there's always gonna be simps, dude. There's always gonna be these dudes who just can't stop fucking trying to like fuck a pussy, dude. They can't fucking give it up, dog. They can't stop simping. They can't stop being a woman's fucking side, not even a side piece at this point, just being a simp. Like these are like your male feminist, your yeah, your LGBT people, stuff like that. Oh, yeah, advertising seeking rental basis, yeah. Missed out 5 years late to trying to catch up to Black Pill. 2 years into the future, Ms. Tao will finally admit there is no female wall. MGTOW, men sent their own way. Yep, it's true. Protectionist pussy racket is driving up prices. Then you got people like Elon Musk who have like fucking literally have baby mamas now, so it's like making a fucking little empire of his own. Shit's crazy, dude. Do a quick meme here. Here we go. Fact checkers will call this fake news, but it's on page 114 of Klaus Schwab's new book. Let's see. Essential workers will be something to order cities of one day they'll become overpopulated. Can't read most of the stuff. At least 4 billion useless eaters shall be eliminated by the year 2050 by means of limited wars, organized epidemics, and fatal rabbit-acting diseases and starvation. Energy, food, and water shall be kept in subsistence levels for the non-elite, starting with the white population of Western Europe and then North America, and then spreading to other races. Population of Canada, Western Europe, and the United States will be decimated more rapidly than on other continents when the world's population reaches the manageable level of 1 billion, of which 500 million of those, which consists of Chinese and Japanese races, selected because they are the people who have been regimented for centuries and who are accustomed to obeying authority without question. What the fuck's going on, dude? Klaus Schwab, dude. Elon Musk and Nick Cannon ushering us back into harem society. Basically, dude. I mean, I called this like months ago when I talked about this stuff in my video about covert polygyny. So for the average guy that still wants kids in this day and age. Maybe a female wall is just a casket getting in your way. I've been on a few Red Pill streams recently. It seems like the unofficial trend to reproduce is to find a single mother that's willing to have your kid in exchange for beta boxing. Wow. Are you serious? This is like the new trend? No, the Asians when they make it through, birth rate will hit 0. Yeah, but I think they mostly meant the Chinese though, right? Like, what's the Chinese? I think the Chinese birth rate is also low for all when I remember though. It depends on just I guess they can keep the many people alive. I guess other people alive during the next century, they can probably scrounge up enough Chinese to reach their goal. Because I think they said there's gonna be a mass Chinese what's that thing say? Let me read this thing again. Pull up again. I don't remember this thing. It said which 500 million which will consist of Chinese and Japanese races. So it's not really a lot of people, really. Like compared to what they are right now. So, yeah. I wouldn't say century, but the trend has been rising since 1990s. Red pill is just a whitewash black pill at this point. Yeah. Useless eaters can read, what a fascist barstwad. Bastard. I'd say so. Rillo and Andrew Tate are going to do a few streams right now called Game Trump's Looks, just to be a 4th millionaire. No, bro. Game to works, I swear. Laugh my ass off if you're in a Lamborghini. It's funny when you think about how women hate the red pill, when the red pill is a huge reason why men haven't accepted the truth that the black pill, the only thing saving them is Simp's red pill cope. Yep. Single women with no kids or have exclusively chat only. Only until after she becomes a single mom, she might be open to some beta bugs and normie. Yeah, it's true. Low birth rates won't make humanity extinct. A just destroy society probably happened in history several times. Here we go. Do a quick meme real quick. School's Zen. Now, Billy, what happened to your homework? Mrs. Smith. A very, very basic school environment here. You have like one little brown kid. Just a white girl, white boy, and stuff like that. Okay, fine. Come over here now. School's now. What the fuck going with this flag? Yeah, Mrs. What the hell? Free hormone blockers. Choose your color, choose your gender, whatever you want to call it. He just like, now Billy, what happened to your dress? He's like, I don't know what to do anymore, dude. It's unbelievable. What have we done to the fucking society, dude? Maverick going for a single mom was definitely ESRG Mac programming. Yeah. Social cause of it, yeah. However, there are physical things like falling sperm counts that do threaten all human existence. Another day my prime, yeah. Yeah, I think too many Gen Z boys are seeing their women dotting for sale, and for sale. The just run game approach is totally irrelevant to them, or for them. Single mom like Maverick, bro. Oh my god. Hot nerdy white girl gave me her number the other day. Hang out in the park. I told her I have a GF, and she said she also has a BF. What's up with that? Because she really wants to bang. I don't know. What's this become a cesspit? Check out the whole new show, 5 Guys a Week. It's a dating show where women live with a house of like 5 guys and dates all of them at once. Media slowly programming women, harem culture. Wow. Well, another issue is that women today don't want kids until maybe they do, and they don't really want to have kids with the average man. So when they can just cheat, be single mom, plus women are insufferable. They really made a new rainbow flag. It's just a meme, ridiculous. Yeah, they keep making new flags every fucking week. It's a new flag every fucking every few fucking weeks. Talking new fucking flag. Swear to God, it's a trap. Yeah, it's a trap for sure. It's okay to be cucked. Cause a nerdy white girl didn't want him to lose. Mister, do you think JBW is the real thing? In general, yeah, I still think it's a real thing. Maybe not. Maybe now it should just be Asian though. You never know. I wouldn't say it was programming. What the program was given their ages, and Maverick not wanting to slow down through his 20s and 50s did make sense. But the mainstream is normalizing it for sure. Cool profile picture. What do you think of the new Berserk chapter? Haven't read it yet. Is it good? Oh god, I haven't watched even read the new Berserk yet. Who knows how bad it is? How about Wesker? It was at a museum. We were awkwardly standing at my friend, ran up into her friend. They knew each other. Figured she was trying to not be awkward, but I don't know. Whoa, what? Hold up. When was this? Let's see. Not gonna hit her up, but I found it odd. I would say about 2 weeks ago in June, Jack. Even some of my friends were trying to set me up on dates with single mother. Told them to fuck off straight up. I'm interested in older kids too. Wow. WW apply that the West, but I can't break bank on it. Yes, I agree. At this age, any woman who would have kids, it would have been interesting had Maverick been smashing a young pilot, but it was usually the case in the military. Yeah. Sick of this normalizing use of voices viable women. Yeah, it really is fucking horrible. Wait, my daddy. About computer power, she said she was new to the city, so maybe her BF is a long distance or something. JBW isn't working for me. I'm what's down with the JBD just hydraulics. Haha. Did you see the video about about that show Love Match Atlanta? It's a show where they were trying to pair up 30-plus-year-old women and present them as a catch. Oh my god. You never know. It could be any kind of bullshit. Mister, can I email you a link to the Reddit thread? It was about the obfuscation of the truth about women's sexual advantage. The comments are a combination of co-op delusion based and boomer level stuff. You go ahead and send it off, dude. Any civilization that won't fuck will cuck. BBS void. Reddit is an incel website in denial. Yeah, I think I've seen an episode before, and man, that show is a beta male simp. Just fucking laugh. Yeah, almost 50% of mothers are single mothers. So media going to really start pushing single moms as viable options. They have to make the women not feel fucking bad, but the reality is that the data speaks otherwise. So here we go. Traveled to a different town for a date yesterday. Traveled to a different town for a date yesterday, but that one already. Of course they would. I would too. It's a huge tax drain. Here we go, another quick meme here. If she can't handle me at my worst, she doesn't deserve me at my best. Yep. Good old casual abuse. Here we go. Someone said this was just the army. I think someone said it last stream that it was just the army that had this problem. But the reality is that this shortage of soldiers is hitting all branches of the military. Here we go. Every branch of the military is struggling to make its 2022 recruiting goals, officials say. For a record low number of Americans eligible to serve and few of those willing to do it. This is the year we question the sustainability of the all-volunteer force, said an expert. Oh shit. Who's gonna draft, dude? When I was in college, I would mess with someone else's girl, but I was just thinking it was gross now. Just send it in. The original post is pretty well put together, but the comments or see something. Okay. Let me go to my Gmail real quick. This it? Let's see. Let me open this up. How does the purple pill get to stay on Reddit, dude? It's just unbelievable. Here we go. Let's read this article. Or read this this Reddit post. Let me zoom in a little bit. The reason that there's a disparity in sexual privilege between men and women is so obfuscated, not because there are any real doubt about it, but because of what the solution implies. Oh, because of the solutions it implies. Posts of mine have largely been inspired by the discussion here. I'm not going to read all that crap, which by and large follows the same predictable pattern of discussion in which such a post is made. Man posts a long, well-written, source-backed essay quantifying the extent to which, when it comes to dating, courtship, and romance, women are hugely privileged compared to men. There's some attempted counter-argument. Okay, let's see. What's the point here? Let's see. Women are concerned, deeply concerned, and listen to some justification. I'd argue that point 5 is where sexual and unsuccessful men are, well, basically lying. They simply don't believe that an acknowledgement of inequality is all these men are after. There's a rhetorical technique to christen the stop short, where you lay out a series of promises but stop short without actually making your conclusion because you know the conclusion is unpalatable. Then when someone criticizes your argument, you easily can say, well, I never said that. Twin Pearson's is a big one for this one. Kathy Newman, which may have been slated for her constant. So what you're saying is questions for the infamous Channel 4 interview with him is quite an interesting, understandable given the way he debates, never actually saying what his actual suggestions are. I've been thinking some lack of opportunity for men and women to mingle in fun setting, encourageable flirting, while maintaining everyone's comfort level. I used to attend college or Cialis. How do you say it? Cialis? See, I don't know. Hughes Celtic did social distance and realized some useful. This must have been in a society for centuries. Live music, dancing in smaller groups of 6 to 12 for the entire room, holding hands, linking arms, and laughing. It was nice to get paired up with someone cute for a dance. No one's going grinding on you. I have to read this my own time, I guess. Since there's a lot here to go over. If you want to read this on your own time, here's the link to the actual mystery. I think is the cover to prepare for the next war. What is? I'm in late 30s and have accepted that women anywhere near my age have kids, and if they don't, they make no. It does not make them trophies. It just means they might have a difficult personality. Last report I didn't see otters in 1993. No, you can't just not join the military and die for Israel. No, yeah, don't do it, dude. I welcome women with kids, proof they can take care of themselves and others. I prefer the woman in the body who doesn't have kids, but you have to be realistic. I guess it depends on your perspective. I guess I don't know, dude. I wouldn't do it. Pyramid. Nobody's talking about demographics. Elon Musk tweets about demographics and declining birth rates every week. Only fanatics would fight in an actual war. That's why we see very obscure groups of people in current conflicts. Yeah. Purple pill community. Yeah, purple pill's crazy, dude. Purple pill is basically knowing your girl's on GDP or bang busting, accepting it. Yep. That's basically what it comes down to. I was talking about the low recruitment numbers. It's probably the same, but they're laying justification for a draft. It could be. You never know. Major point of the thread is that the solution to the problem are widely hated by women and will continue to lie about in reality because they don't want to do anything to fix the issues at a cost to themselves. Oh man. They have no one fit to be a soldier though. Either people are out of shape, out of their minds, or literally have nothing worth fighting for. Yeah, wrong, dude. The draft is not possible. Yeah, that's true. You will fight for the gays and love it. Agenda 2030. Like their whole plan to like pacify us via like or to keep us fucking placated and pacified and with bread and circus until we fucking die. Let's see. People are going to join the military for to gain power or welfare at this point. Or people are only going to join the military. Okay, yeah. A draft would just be McNamara's morons, except it's the entire army. Yep, heard that before. Also, so many Gen Z kids are prescribed head meds as children. They are ineligible as adults. 2 of my recent flights got canceled. More people are talking about it. Me now too. Just really dawned on me that there's a breakdown happening before my eyes. A collapse is en route. Yeah, I agree. It's weird. It's weird when you're kind of in it. You're seeing all the destruction happening in front of your very eyes. There's not a lot you can do about it other than just kind of like accept it and move on. Like you're seeing the moral decay happen in front of your very eyes, and you can't stop it because you get called a bigot, you get called a supremacist, or you get called some crazy ass shit. And it's like you just kind of accept it and move on. It's kind of sad you got to be a gray man in this world to fucking make it. They just don't want you to be on paper saying you'll fight for their agenda. Yeah. Gang members would join to get the training and then dip. Could be set up for the draft because there's a major health advancement that can treat people with health issues and other shortcomings. That's true, they could. Red pill seems like a millennial thing. From a time I observed people joined due to one, they didn't have a plan after high school, two, tried college, didn't like it, and three, got married and knocked up a girl and needed a job money. Yep. Gen Z kids are raised to be degenerate rather than want to be or not. Yeah. Gen X thing, to be honest. Hello, base department. Shout out to the Cope gang for being in here, being involved, being active. Shout out to the mystery gang for being in here, solve those mysteries. What's going on? Didn't do that earlier. Might as well do it now. Especially because we're about to do an intermission. Do an intermission real quick. He's our intermission. I'll be back, guys. We're back. Oh man, that was good. Get some water. Artificially inflate the ratio via immigrant women, if done in large enough extent, would benefit more men. Over for forget the link cells. Yeah, dude, forgot the link. Imagine Mystery doing the dance while walking to the bathroom. Haha. Gen Z women basically doing girls going wild every day on TikTok and OnlyFans. Honestly, the conversation, conservatives kind of cocked themselves with the border thing now, and the Dems could have just enforced vaccine passports. USA protected by foreign mercenaries, the law just like the Roman Empire. Yeah, I've heard that before. Roe v. Wade repeal was all about forcing vaccine passports in the future. Bottom 20% of men need to be eliminated through eugenics. Well, the state would just accelerate the collapse. Then they will have to play ball in one way or another. Conservatives is a problem. You could have made some balloons when you changed into different shapes. Maybe some letters that say clown world. You have gang joints join the military like the now warrior tribes, like how warrior tribes joined the Roman army. Yeah, dude, cuck servers is a problem. Yeah, that's just true. The link's in the chat, guys. Want to join them or not? Yeah, gang joint. Yeah, we're doing already. Yeah. Why won't young men protect the cuck system? Why not, dude? I agree. Mild mental retardation is unacceptable, and height under 5'5" in the states are sterilized too. Are you gonna do a call-in today? Do I ever do a call-in? I don't know. People don't want to call in here. Would join my girl in the next room. Jeff Wave. Sterilizing men under 5'5" is just wishful thinking they could ever reproduce. Damn. Conservatives operate on a lot of ideas that are never true, or they have an idea that it was never totally correct. Like beta boxing is supporting about conservative women, but they will never give starfish sex. Yeah, they say it's because of they're Christian and good conservatives. We should create a world where men can practice eugenics too through artificial wombs. I would agree. So what is this, Dusty Jones? Yeah, you, Dusty?
Yeah, how's it going, man?
What's going on, buddy?
It's the lucky 99.
Lucky 99, yeah, there it is.
Excited for 100?
Kinda. I don't know. No one showing up. This must be a one-man band, and I'm done.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's depressed, so you gotta give him some slack.
Yeah.
How's life been here over in Virginia?
It's pretty good.
I
What'd you say?
heard it's been pretty hot.
It's not really all that hot. It's kind of humid though. Very humid. Which I guess it's pretty normal for this area as it is anyway. It normally gets very hot and humid here, so just a very hot, humid area.
This music's pretty good today.
Yeah, it's
starting to like it.
Synthwave stuff, yeah.
The jazz is no more.
Oh, I like jazz. Jazz is good. So tell me, what do you think happened with Shinzo Abe? What do you think's going on with that?
I haven't really looked into it. You mean like the assassin?
Yeah, what's going on with that guy? What do you think he did it for?
The little bit I read about it, he was like involved in some sort of religious cult that Shinzo was also like a high-ranking leader of, and his family. It's like one of those things that basically requires you to give all of your family income and stuff like that, and their family got in a bind with the cult, and so I think he thought that Shinzo was responsible for it personally or something, maybe a little schizo. I don't know, but that's the official. That's like the story right now. Sounds like.
That's so fucking bizarre.
It is. It's just so random because he's not even in control anymore, right? He's been out of the picture for a while.
Yeah, I think he had like some sort of like a stomach issue or something like that happened to him or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Either way, he something went wrong with the guy, and he stepped down.
Bro, but that did you see the footage itself?
The actual shooting itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't watched the actual video, but I have seen the some of the screenshots from it.
So like the first shot misses him. So it's like this young guy. He looks like maybe 20s, early 30s at most, and he was standing. So Shinzo was giving a speech on a stage, like a little platform and some sort of like local stump, like politics thing. And he had a security detail there with him, but I guess they just don't expect those kinds of incidents. Like his back was like completely exposed, and they were letting anybody just watch him from the back too. And this guy was standing 10 feet away maybe the whole time, and he pulls out this like it looks straight out of Fallout, like this improv. Yo.
Yeah, the guy was 41 that shot him.
Oh, really? He looked young.
No, it's just Japanese people, at least the inkwell men, right? They don't ever age because they never go outside. They just
Yeah, he had the hair and everything. It caught me off guard. I guess 40.
Well, because I'm 40 and I sit there and I'm like, oh, that's going to be me someday. Great.
Did you see the gun that he used?
Yeah, man.
Shit was crazy, dude. Shit was crazy looking.
It's like custom designed, like some sort of. I don't even know how he like what he used for the propellant or the explosive. Maybe matches.
Yeah, it was electrical, is what I read on articles.
The trigger was. It was like some sort of really crude trigger mechanism too. It's like both shots went off, so that's Japanese engineering for you, even in the basement. The first one totally missed him. And you can see the second one is when he doubles over. That's the one that killed him.
So they found a 5-barrel and a 9-barrel shotgun in his house, plus some bombs.
Like with this guy, like I don't know what the fuck, dude, you're making your own guns now. Like the fuck, dude. Like that's pretty crazy.
Can
you
you
guys,
guys
about it,
hear
yeah.
me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was gonna say it's pretty strict in Japan to get a gun in the first place. Like having a pistol for a civilian's like near impossible.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
they were
made it.
saying like last year, one person died from quote unquote gun violence. And this year, one person died too, and that person's the prime minister. So it's like it's crazy rare, and it's taking everyone off guard. Like nobody even knew what it was when they first heard it. You can see the security detail turn. It's like, what's that? And then that's he got the second shot off it.
Yeah, Japan's so peaceful. Like when it comes to guns, it's like even to get a hunting rifle, it's like such hurdle just to get one. And even after you get one, it's like so much more maintenance. Like you have to have constant visits from the police. You have to have like a state approved safe, and it has to be properly stored and all this stuff.
It's a conspiracy to ban 3D printers because you can make guns with those.
Oh no, I was having a field day in, I think it was Medican's Discord. Like some fucking idiots like, oh, you could just 3D print it. It's so easy. I was like, wow, such a fucking clueless dumbass. Like it's not even that easy. Like in theory, yes, like you can just print stuff, but it's like when people think of 3D printed, it's like, oh, it's completely, just made from scratch. And it's like, nah, dude. 3D printed gun equals stringing up already, reliable manufactured parts with custom plastic parts.
Yeah.
And they're not even reliable to begin with. They fall apart, break apart easy. So I kind of commend this guy. Like he really wanted a gun. He just made his own.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a sign of the times for Japan. I guess what white computer power is saying is basically this ancient politician gets assassinated by like a 40-year-old assassin, and it's kind of a aging, like a dying country.
I wonder if they're actually going to make this a spectacle, or if they're going to try to hide it, as far as interrogating the guy, or just getting his motives out. Right? I mean, in America, it'd be, oh, he's an incel. They would already have a story spawned. But from what I can see, I haven't seen any kind of narrative trying to be used for this.
I think it came out of left field, out of nowhere. Like nobody expected this.
Isn't there gang violence in Japan due to the Yakuza?
No, that shit's dead, dude. Like the Yakuza has been castrated, and it's not like back in the 80s.
Right. Because I listened to Black Pigeon Speaks one time, and he said that their escorts over there are controlled by the Yakuza, and they don't like foreign customers to go into their establishments. And I thought, oh, they've got a hold over the streets of Tokyo. So I just maintain the belief that they've got this power over there. Okay, I'll take your word for it. Take your word for it.
No, modern day Yakuza is like pretty much dead.
What, completely? They just don't exist anymore?
Yeah, almost non-existent. I mean,
So
they still exist, but it's not like, oh, don't go down to South Central LA at 5 in the morning because you're just asking to get your head blown off, kind of thing. Like,
right.
it's nothing like what it used to be.
maybe like the Irish mobbies in South Boston. It might still be there, but it's not like it was back in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
That's fair enough. Does anyone know the motivations of this this Japanese gentleman?
Yeah, I was looking into it earlier, but like what Dusty said earlier, seems like some sort of religious motivated thing.
Right. So it wasn't to do with is his name Shinzo Abe? Shinzo Abe. Is that
I
right?
think it's Abe.
All right, Shinzo Abe.
Hard to
This
pronounce.
this guy, it's not. What was his policies? Was he conservative, a liberal, globalist, a nationalist?
When I heard, you think he was a bit of a nationalist kind of guy. He actually kind of wanted Tokyo, not Tokyo, but Japan in general to have more control over its self-defense. No, it's a pretty nationalist stance in
Right.
Japan. So
Yeah, because Japan is essentially a controlled country. You've got the American military over there. They haven't really got much sovereignty, have they?
Nope.
But it's a fascinating country, Japan. I mean, great history. The ninjas, the samurai. I mean, the 1980s martial arts films, a lot of them are centered in Japan, and it really quite a nostalgic time to think about. Bring back the 80s, hey? Does everyone agree with that? Bring back the 1980s?
I agree. Bring it back.
Oh,
Bring
God.
back the
Yeah,
time.
man. Fuck, I was an '80s kid, bro. It's one of the best times ever.
Oh my! They say that when you're at the end of an empire and you look forward, and all you can see is social decay, regression, and collapse. There's a tendency for people in the late stages of an empire to actually look back and be nostalgic and not look forward. And I think a lot of people have reached that point now where they actually have become like daily nostalgists. They just don't want to think about the present or the future. So they lock onto a time frame and just keep their minds there as much as possible. And for me, it's the 1980s. You know, anything that was just a great decade for me of the 20th century, anyway.
Yeah, I say humanity peaked
Yeah,
in the '70s.
you think 70s?
Yeah, no, that's where it is. And the internet was just one of the final nails in the coffin. Like, think about it though. Like when you're in the '80s, there was so much to look forward to, right? Like tech
Yeah.
was still up and coming. Like computer science was still up and coming. It was literally a new field, you know?
Yeah, genetics, biochemistry.
Yeah, like everything was still fresh and new. And can you imagine what the world in 2040 is like 20 years from now? It's like there's nothing, dude. Like fucking iPhone 17 or some bullshit.
Or like IROC 0. There'll be some nuclear landscape for all of them. That's right.
I still keep fearing for the Oculus Rift type VR metaverse thing.
Nah,
Didn't it
that
flame out?
that shit's not gonna happen, dude. Like
Like I'm 40.
Ready Player One kind of world is probably not gonna happen, plain and simple.
That's what I keep fearing, me being 40. And then when I get to 60, it's like, all right, grandpa, time to put on your VR headset. Yeah.
There are some good things about this age that are better than the 80s. Many things. Well, if you're if you're living in the 1980s London, for example, you could get onto the property ladder pretty quickly. The chances of you securing a female were very high because the demographics weren't as bad between males and females, and feminism hadn't reached a peak by that point. There was less of this political correct culture. There was a lot more. It was a lot more lot more free. But if you were stuck in a social niche during the 1980s, say in somewhere like London, the chances of you getting out of your particular socio-economic circumstances might be less than it is today, because one thing we've got today is the information age, and you can pretty much hop onto your computer and qualify in virtually anything if you've got the time and you put in the effort. And that is one good thing about today. There's many things that are bad, but one thing is we've got all this information. You can learn anything. I think that's one thing we should be grateful for. But apart from that, we can see all the social decay around us. And I was talking to my friend Friday night, and I said to him, all the things we see around us, it's only going to get worse. You know, there's no respite to it now. I mean, remember on the show about 5 weeks ago, I said we're going to reach a stage where people put synthetic phalluses in the middle of their foreheads, and they're going to be walking around in public criticizing people for being prejudiced against them because they've got this phallus hanging from the middle of their head. And I thought that was a bit exaggerated. But last week, lo and behold, there was a guy dressed in a beige synthetic uniform with a giant phallus hanging out the middle of his head. It must have been about 5 foot circumference and about 5 foot long. And this guy was leaning forward, and he was jamming this giant phallus into this synthetic vagina that was hanging between his calves in the middle of his legs. It was actually worse than I thought it would be. So I'm not shocked by anything now. You know, I'm not even going to make any predictions. I just do not think we could reach any more lows. I just don't. I think now unmanageable degeneracy is just around the corner.
Kind of reminds me of a conversation yesterday on one of this Red Pill stream. So like one of the guys was yeah, you need to earn like 150K a year if you want to like comfortably support a family, which is true. But then he makes it sound like, oh, just go out there and fucking earn your money, bro. And I'm like, yeah, it's not easy to make 150K a year for anybody. That's like in the top, I would say, yeah, in the top 10% of all US income earners to begin with. Specifically, like 7% or 8%. I don't know, more close to 6%. But then it's like, yeah, just go out there and make 150K, bro. It's so fucking asinine and naive because most people are average. And yeah, I agree people should financial max, but to just say go out there and make money is like fucking retarded.
Yeah. The problem is that when it comes to fecundity, I said this weeks ago. The countries that are the most fecund are countries that are the poorest. They don't really care about the financial burden of raising a family. I mean, I think everyone remembers me speaking about Burundi when you've got 6 or 7 kids living in a mud hut, and you can knock these people and say, "Oh, they live in a mud hut," but let's face it, they are evolutionarily successful. They're actually doing what they need to do from a evolutionary perspective. And you've got some cat lady who's in her 40s and she's earning 50K a year and she's complaining she can't raise a family. I'm like, these people are genetic dead ends, and there's nothing great about them. It's very sad.
To me, it's like I just don't have any sympathy because they had all the opportunity and they squandered it away.
It's so sad, Drew Lux. I know a girl. She's an attractive blonde girl. And I've known this girl for years, and she's approaching her 40th year now, and she's a childless career woman. And she's got a nice car. She's got a pretty good job. She's got her own apartment, and she's had loads of great quote unquote life experiences, which would, they're entertaining to listen to. And she's got so many of them, you could listen to them for quite a while. She's not boring, but this woman's a barren, a approaching late middle age, and it's such a waste. It's a waste of that gene pool. It's a waste of life. It's you're spitting on your ancestors. I mean, she's an English woman. Her ancestors wouldn't have been as privileged as her when it comes to us opportunities she's had through life. You know, many of these people would have been living in peasant surroundings and struggling just to survive, and then it reaches her generation and she's done that. And I may be in a minority when I look at people like this and I feel pity, a mixture of pity, disgust, and sadness. It's quite a sad thing to see a person in that state. Do you agree, Drulux?
Yeah, I have no sympathy for those had the chance, but squabbled it away. Because every one of us is just begging for a chance. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's the male female divide. That's the male female divide. It's what Jack Nickelback says. Every single woman in the world has got a whole bag of dicks just waiting for her. How?
No, it's funny because they were talking about are dating apps a good way to find, partners or whatever. And I'm like, why the fuck are we talking about it from a Foyd's perspective? Because they have all the option in the world. It's like the average dude is just struggling to even get a text back. And one of the dude's response is like, oh, if you don't get a text back, like just move on, bro. And I was like, it's figurative, like as in we're invisible. The majority of men on the apps are invisible. It's like delusional thinking. It's like some people just don't fucking get it at all.
I do think Lux Maximus is right. I know he got kicked off YouTube, but he's gone on to Odyssey now, and he's produced a few more videos. And he basically says that we're living in a gynocentric society, and the ideal man is basically a femboy who's pretty, who's a jester maxer, and who always pertains to the wishes of his master, and keeps her entertained and stimulated, and in a sense of attraction. And essentially, he's an asymmetrical liaison because she's got all the power, and and if he runs out of game or prettiness, then he gets kicked to the curb. And he talks about the patriarchal society, which was the way that men used to do it in the past. And he does say something about ancient Greece, and I think it does hit home if you really think about it. Do you think men in ancient Greece walked around thinking, are they good looking enough for the women? Hell no. They were living in patriarchies. And I think that's the only real way for men to exist with any sense of fulfillment when it comes to the opposite sex, is actually to live in a patriarchy. Because then that problem's solved. You go to the father of a woman in your village, and you give the father 20 goats, and then you've got a wife. And I think that's the way it should be done. 20 goats, maybe 10 sheep, throw in a couple of farming implements and leave it at that. That's how it should be done. And then you've got all the rest of your life to deal with without that burden of worrying about jester maxing. You shouldn't have to jester. Sure, it's quite degrading. You're a man. Why should you jester max?
So what exactly is jester maxing? Is that just it's different than using humor, right? Like just in conversation.
It's being involved in a perpetual state of stimulate of putting the woman in a perpetual state of stimulation. So you're going to the gym so she can look at your fantastic body symmetry. You give her surprises and take her around the world. You're a great conversationalist. You can speak about various topics and keep her interested. You're great when you come to meeting her family and friends. You're the ideal family guy, but when you get on the bedroom, you've got a 12-inch dinger and you give her like a porn star experience, you're basically this guy who operates within that vacuum for her, and you're keeping her consistently entertained. You're a jester maxer, and it's very degrading. It's a very degrading way of behaving. But Lux Maximus's analysis is correct. That is the modern man. And if you look at a Giga Chad, they're the same. They're just jester maxers who are better looking than us. Because we live in a gynocentric society. We don't live in a patriarchy. You know, guys in the patriarchies of the world, like Chechnya, Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, these types of places, they don't walk around thinking, are they good looking enough or are they interested enough? They just give the father of their prospective wife enough herd animals and maybe a few farming implements, and that's it. They're good to go, and that's how it should be. That's the man's way of doing things. That's a man's world. We live in a woman's world.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. You get a jacket. Yeah, not too wrong.
Yeah, a lot of fucking clueless people say it's a bad system, but it's actually kind of based in the sense that men put men in check. It's like Foids think it's like, oh, it's oppression. We gotta live under this thumb down kind of shit. And it's like, nah, dude. Like your brothers, your peers would keep you in check if you're like abusing women or abusing your power, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if we were both living in the Scottish Highlands, Drulux, in the 19th century. I've got a sister, you've got a sister, and we cut across the edge of the clan, and we're talking. And I say to you, look, bro, I'm getting to the age where I want to start a family. Here, look, it's 20 sheep. Speak to your dad for me, and bring her over towards my dwelling. And then 6 months later, you say to me, look, your sister, she's 19 years old. Give your dad these 10 goats and this sword and these farming implements, and can I have her? And I'll be like, yeah, sure. He needs more goats, and that'll be it. That's how you should do it. Yeah, that is a man's world, and then you're not going to have this stress for worrying about whether you're pretty. I mean, Lux Maximus is right. You've got these guys now under the influence of these black pill content creators, and they're making themselves into pretty femboys. They're cutting their hair and they're making this beautiful sheen across their face. They're even putting on makeup. Like you've got guys now who are like bringing out the color in their eyebrows, just so they can have this pretty aesthetic for the opposite gender. And it's becoming a joke. Men are becoming a joke. I mean, how far have we devolved from the greats of the past, like Genghis Khan and I'm terrible.
It's the mouse utopia experiment, the pretty ones, basically.
Yeah, the pretty ones. Like I've got a friend who's a Jamaican guy. He lives in London with me, like in my area, and he was talking to me about how Jamaicans have like devolved from this position where they were in the 18th century. They were like having slave rebellions. And they were like hanging around in the jungles, like fighting off the British Empire, and they were like these these real tough guys who took their life in their own hands. And he says, you go there today, and you've got guys literally walking around with like silver jewelry on their face, like asking other men if their body looks good underneath their clothing. It's becoming quite pathetic, and it's becoming global. But the thing is, if you're a high T testosterone man, you're not pretty enough for the Foid. So it's kind of it's almost like you've got to become a woman to get one.
I think I was thinking more recently that this is actually a lot to do with the biology aspect of it. Like people's behaviors are affected by the decreasing estrogen. Especially recently, like we all know, like all the phytoestrogens and the decreasing sperm count and stuff, decreasing testosterone. I think that's affecting the behavior more so than the social conditioning. It's like a chicken or the egg situation. But maybe some of these, our generation really doesn't stand a chance, like given all these influences, especially the younger gen.
How
Yeah,
goes your one night of maxing Dusty?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Looking forward to meeting again.
you're getting married, aren't you, mate?
Yeah. It's gonna be a blue pill Disney dream.
Well, good luck to you. Good luck to you. I want to get a time machine and go back to like the 13th century Scottish Highlands. I think I'd have less problems, you know.
You'd have more interesting problems.
Yeah, yeah. Have you ever seen the film Bloodsport?
I don't think so.
Have you watched Picture Lux? Jean-Claude Van Damme?
Yeah, that's an old school classic, man.
Yeah, you know that big guy, the big white man who fights the protagonist. I think his name's Jackson. You know the big guy.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, like a guy like that. Guys like that, they wouldn't fit into the modern age because they've got too much testosterone.
Yeah, like Jesse Ventura, like in Predator. Fuck, man, they don't make movies like they used to. Like Predator was the quintessential testosterone-fueled man movie.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And it's the whole thing with the gym culture. There's this physical aesthetic that is the primary mechanism to attract foids. But the thing is, to get a physique like that, you've also got to look like it to begin with. To be able to maintain a fitness physique, it does involve genetics. A lot of these guys who have got these elite physiques have also got elite genes, and we've got these unattainable standards. We're becoming like women, you know. We actually are becoming like women, the modern man.
Yeah, I've actually watched a couple of good documentaries. I think the 3D Alpha channel is like fairly good.
Oh, he's brilliant, isn't he? He's brilliant.
Because he keeps it real, but I forgot. I have it bookmarked somewhere. But yeah, this guy's channel is basically calling out the bullshit in Hollywood. Essentially, like all the Marvel movies and Thor's, like Captain America bulking up in like 4 months or whatever. And yeah, you got millions of dollars on the line. So for, let's say, what's his face, the Dwayne Johnson, to kind of maintain his shape and beef up or whatever for the movies, it's like, yeah, if someone's gonna fucking pay you $10 million, I'll be working out 5 times a day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But who the fuck's gonna work out 10 times a day for the average guy? Like, you just can't. And then on top of that, I mean, he has the genetics, but even so, if you have some good looks, like trying to be in that kind of 10% body fat range is just not natural.
It's it's about performance. 3D Alpha does actually answer the incel question pretty well, and he talks
Yeah,
about
but before we go to 3D Alpha, like that documentary is basically Hollywood is essentially hiding a hidden piece, which is basically all of those fuckers are taking steroids and performance enhancing drugs. It's just in their contract to never talk about it. Like the fucking meme is he had a compilation of all the male stars. It's like broccoli and chicken and working out 5 times a day. Like that's the fucking meme. It's like If you see my PUA repetitive video, it's like, yep, broccoli and chicken and working out 5 times a day. Repeat that line like 10 fucking times. And it's like, that's how you get to, you know, superstar looks essentially. And it's
Yeah.
such a fucking joke because it's not. It's literally, you know, performance enhancing drugs and yeah. But anyways, back to 3D Alpha.
Yeah. Whenever you analyze a situation, when it comes anything, it could be a political situation, it could be a life problem, it could be anything really. But what we're talking about the problem we've got, which is the fact that we've identified due to life experiences with this black pill philosophy. The analysis is always the primary thing you should do, because you need to understand your situation, but then you should look for solutions. And you know, Travis Blackpill, a fantastic content creator on YouTube, he released a video about 2 weeks ago, which was going through the streets of London and looking at couples who are holding hands. So you understand that they actually are together, unless they've got some weird incest thing going on, but that's not very likely, particularly in public. And you notice that the guys that are selected for nowadays, we have got the classic Chad. We all know that exists, but a lot of these guys are just normies, or they're low tier normies, or they're actually sub fives, but they've got this perfect normative way of behaving. And I've said this before, and it bears repeating. The blue-pilled man who is the uber conformist, the type of person that has never had any critical thoughts in his life, but is instinctively able to create a niche within a society as a beta and actually get some crumbs off the higher ups. These guys are the backbone of society, and women cleave to them. And I think the problem we've got, our particular problem, is that we're not these red pill alpha males who can just go slaying through our looks and our general demeanor, but we're not blue pilled conformist beta males. We don't fit into either niche, so we're like these outsiders. And the only way to succeed is to find yourself, to actually join a group. And some guys can looks max and money max and style max and go into the Chad range if they're gifted in certain areas. But some guys have got to become normies. And I think the solution to our problems is that in general, we've got to work out a way of becoming normies. And how do you do that? Now, this is where 3D Alpha comes in. He talks about the 3 S's and says you've got security, safety, and then you've got sexiness. And what he's saying is that you've got to be this kind of dependable guy that a woman can look at and actually think you're a long-term prospect. And then you've got to display that you can keep this going for a very long time when it comes to your economic participation. So, for example, you're this steady type of person. And I think that's generally the answer for most inkwells if they're not really hideous when it comes to their looks. I think that's the way to ascend it. So you've basically got to come across as normal. Now, how do you do that if you're not normal? Can you please answer me, anybody? How can you pretend you're normal when you're not?
It'd be really hard, really hard to do that on your own.
Yeah. I mean, you know, you're in a situation and you're like, say, for example, 3 months, in 10 weeks' time, I'm finishing my degree, and I'm in 14 weeks' time. I'm on a date with some woman, and she asked me a question. She asked me, "What do you think of the vaccines?" And I turn around and I give her my whole rhetoric on that particular area. And then she asked me, "What do you think about this subject?" And I tell her, "Well, I think it started here. I think it started there." Now, I've already told her, I've already displayed from the things I've said that I'm completely diametrically opposed to the narrative of the age. I am totally non-brainwashed. My beliefs, my values, my worldview is totally diametrically opposed to the worldview which is acceptable in society. She's going to listen to me. She's going to think this guy doesn't fit in anywhere, and then she's going to say, "See you later, mate. I want a normal guy." Yeah, and she'll contact her friends and say that guy was crazy. Yeah. Now, it's because I'm not a conformist. Now, the way to deal with a woman of that nature, if she asks me a question, you know, what do I think of the Ukraine situation? I've got to lie, and I've got to say, well, I think it's terrible. I look at these people over in Ukraine, and I just think, you know, I wouldn't want to be them, and you know, this evil dictator going over there. But I don't really follow the news much, but I do know it's a bad thing what's going on over there, and you know, my heart goes out to them. And you've got to literally come out with all these conformist cliches. And then the woman, she gets wet because she realizes that you're one of them. You're a normie. And it's a terrible situation. You've actually got to lie and pretend that you're a low IQ conformist creep to be able to get into a relationship with the modern woman. You know, you've got to become a cuck.
9+ women like rebels, but if your looks are real average, it won't work. Another problem is not having any friends and seeing through mainstream BS. Let's see. Aren't the normies then ending up red and black pilled though? Aren't a lot of people even here actual normies, to be honest? Yeah. Depending on what you talk about, yeah.
I disagree in that way when it comes about the normie man. A normie, if he's going through a dry period when it comes to women, he's not going to access material online. I'm echoing, mate.
You good to go?
Yeah. You know, if you've got like you've got to think how you come to understand things. It's almost like a sea. You're surrounded by this sea of ideas, and there's acceptable ways of thinking pertaining to the authority figures around you. So if you're a true normie, and we all know what a normie looks like, they're about 4 out of 10 to 6, 7 out of 10 in looks, and they've got this acceptable paradigm that they can cleave to. If they go through a dry period, they will ask their normie friends what to do, and they will be given classic blue pilled advice. They'll say, "Oh, just hit the gym, get yourself a decent occupation, and try and get promotion. Join online dating," and they'll give them all this normie advice, and perhaps they even tell them to do a bit of looks maxing, but it'll be told to them through a normie lens. And even if they fail, they will never question their situation. They'll just think that they've been unlucky or something, and they won't actually look further afield because they don't want to look at anything that's dissident. The types of people who really look at their situation, the types of people that will not don't necessarily stick to approved ideas. And the problem is when you go down a rabbit hole and you're not a normie, you become more and more insane to the general public. So you'll discover your situation, but then you become a personality that's unbearable to the average person. And I mean, where I live in my particular region, I've upset about 10 people this year. Yeah, I mean, 4 people in my local neighborhood don't talk to me anymore because I've offended them. You know, I've actually offended them. I've thrown a few truth bombs out. I sit outside a cafe in the east of London, and I've thrown a few truth bombs at people, and people actually avoid me when they see me because I'm seen as this bearer of bad news.
Hi guys. Yeah, I came on because I heard your dilemma, and I'm actually very good with people. I can socialize very easily, and you know the what is called the trick to or the solution to your problem is just that you think about what you like, what you want to express, and then you think about what they like, and you just talk about what about things that you like and they like. It's actually very easy. For example, if they ask you something about the problem or the conflict in Ukraine, you just tell them, well, I think it's horrible because war is horrible, and I don't want, for example, I don't want Ukrainians to kill Russians and Russians to kill Ukrainians because they are the same nation. And then saying, oh no, they're not the same nation. Then you go like, okay, yes, maybe they're not the same nation, but they are brother nations, you know. And but if I mean, I kind of say that Ukrainians are mostly Russian because Ukrainian is it's like Ukrainian, or there are multiple ethnicities within Ukraine, and none of those are Ukrainian. They are
Yeah,
like
that's
Hutzul,
not a normal
Gagauz.
answer.
Yeah, no, but you know you have to be sincere. You don't have to lie. You just don't have to tell them the whole truth. You just tell them what they want to hear, and what you believe in.
Yeah, and normally,
And if you want to make a point across, you don't go out and drop the conclusion onto them. Prepare them for what you want to say, and not if you see them multiple times, then don't go like it's over, because for it's because we live in a gynocentric world. You don't say that. Don't say that. You have to prepare them, like say like, you know, oh, I've problems with this and that, or have you seen like women, or these ethos are getting more and more attention and stuff like this, you know. And you gradually prepare them, you know, by speaking about certain matters, certain problems before.
yeah. I think I haven't worked out what it is, but I think there's this mental model, like a mental framework, and you've got like a normie worldview, and
Just follow the mainstream media. I mean,
yeah,
they tell you what to think, so you already know what they think.
yeah,
And you can even
point.
like, I mean, now it's like, or is it now Pride Month?
Yeah,
Yes, okay. So I mean, you can even see them, you can see like liberals wearing like the pride flag and stuff, and the rainbow flag, so you know what to talk about with them, you know. I mean, I don't think much of all of this stuff, but even I can socialize with a gay couple from Ukraine.
yeah,
This was the one time I came out. I think it was like after that one house party. I even no, it was at the house party. I even told you about it. It was very weird. Like I guess the male was like from Ukraine, and the female male was like half Russian, half Syrian, and his mother was from Kazakhstan. Was fucking weird. It was like, what the fuck?
yeah. You've got to have this. I was traveling to Scotland for my granddad's funeral in late April. No, sorry, not late April, late March, and I don't often talk to normies because like attracts like. You tend to mix with people who are like yourself. This is like it tends to be a central rule of human interaction. People tend to mix with people like themselves. So I don't mix with normies. I tend to mix with people who are a little bit less
With the
conformist.
pariahs.
Yeah, and I had this. I was privy to listening to a normie conversation for a few hours from London right up to the Scottish Highlands, and it was a guy who was practicing game on this normie chick, and this guy didn't speak about anything of significance. He had no thoughts about anything of any relevance, but one of the things that he seemed really excited about, and she seemed really excited about, was his discussion about attending a ski resort in the mountains of Switzerland. And this guy explained with absolute enthusiasm how you can enter into this building and open a door with the palm of your hand, not even touching the glass, just through the heat of your palm. And he said that he spent, like all night in amazement that this technology existed. And and I was like, and the woman was laughing and she was going, "Oh, that's amazing. I'd like to go there sometime." And he was like, "I'll take you there. It's no problem." And it's almost like he sealed the deal for his.
Yeah, I think he what is it called? He tried to jester Max and was like, she laughed because he was overdoing it, and he was like, "Oh my god, she laughs, she likes that," and he kept on going. I guess this was like a little double circle. Anyway, how did it end?
This is what these people are excited about. This gives meaning to their life.
Do you really think that? I don't know.
Yeah,
it might be, but
yeah, you've got to actually be like that. You've got to be the type of person that looks at a door and gets really stimulated by the fact that you can open it with the palm with your palm of your hand facing it from inches away, and then
I'm excited.
Yeah, and then the woman, the normie woman, realizes that you're this extremely conformist herd animal, NPC cattle, and
I wouldn't say that this is something women like. This is actually something that women don't like.
Women love
wait. This is also the reason. No, they don't want you to be weird, but they don't want you to be. I mean, this is super boring. I don't think that women don't want this too. That's also the reason why low class German women prefer males or men from the Middle East.
Right, yeah.
Because your stereotypical or basic German would be like someone who would get excited about a door getting about a door being opened by heat, and you're like, and the Middle Eastern guys, they're like more jester maxed, so they go for them.
Right.
They're more they're more like, they have more of the, what are these called? They're more dark triad max too.
Yeah.
Because of their hot temper, hot-blooded nature, bruh.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's probably also down to our selection.
Nature. Bro, whenever I hear this, this excuse, like, or sometimes Middle Eastern people, they talk about this as if it's like the advantage. They say like, "Oh, we've got this hot blood going on. We're so sexy. We've got this hot blood going on. We are not so boring." And I'm thinking like, you got nothing. You got nothing. Shut the fuck up. Fucking subhuman. No, really, like,
There was so you think that maybe I should, as an English guy, come across as some kind of dark triad max interesting person, so I could maybe approach a void and say, "Oh my god, look at my hands! I've just beat up 3 guys this weekend. One of them was twitching on the floor. I've got a court case coming up next week because I you know I robbed a few places. You know, you've got to do what you got to do to survive." And then just
Yeah, you know, if you say something like this to women from the lower class, I think they will like it, but they have to be from the lower class.
I don't mind a low class
But
chick.
you don't need to like. You can be dark triad max in other ways.
Yeah. The
Not
problem
in
is,
like obviously like violent crime, like in a way that you would do violent crimes or commit violent crimes.
right. Yeah, I mean, the German population tends to be pretty high IQ. So when you say like
Oh.
lower,
Now it maybe, but this it's just so fucking stupid. Even professors are fucking stupid. Like they might be, they are just tools to be used. They
Yeah.
don't think for themselves. You know, this is what when I went to university, I was thinking like, boy, like, you know, all these doctoranden, basically people who do their doctorate degree, or people that already have the doctorate degree, and especially professors, they are probably super smart. Yes, they are in a way. Not you know, in a, they just know a lot. They might not even be like fast to. They're not even that fast to verarbeiten, to process information. They're not that fast in processing information. They just know a shitload. That's it.
Yeah.
They're not wise. They're not smart.
Yeah.
And everyone who has a degree, at least in pharmacy and medicine, it doesn't mean that they're smart. It just means that they know a lot. That's it.
Yeah. I noticed when I've travelled around Northern Europe, particularly Germany, I think there's a similar mindset between Germans and Scandinavians in that they're more volatile than they are in Britain. They've got a little bit more Paleolithic tendencies in their behaviour. They tend to be a bit more excitable and a bit more barbaric, maybe underneath their veneer of civility. But what I've noticed about the Northern European populations is that they're very conformist. They tend to have these really rigid belief systems that are held by lots and lots of people at the same time without much deviance, and it kind of you kind of see it. I was out in Germany one time, and
Only one time.
and I've been there a few times, but I was out there in the summer of 2019, I think, and I was training out. I was in East Germany.
In East Germany, okay.
And I was at a martial arts tournament, and all these German guys were around this field, and they were singing. And I noticed that they all seem to be like merge into like one individual. And I looked at them and I thought, you could make these people believe anything. Yeah, because that's what I felt like.
The East is more base, to be honest.
Oh yeah, they are. Yeah.
No shit, like West Germany. They like to call East Germany Dunkeldeutschland, dark Germany. Basically, like, oh, look at them, they're so fucking stupid. Their economy's still shit, even though we ruined it right after the merging. You know. But Eastern Germany is more based. It's more based.
Yeah,
they're wiser than the fucking people
westernized
from West Germany.
Yeah, I prefer East Germans. I find, without being disrespectful to you, sir, I find that the classic West German liberal to be one of the most annoying people you could ever meet. And when you go, when you go to East Germany, the people tend to be less lesser products of modernity, and they tend to be less more tolerant. If you find yourself in a West German city, and it becomes apparent that you've got any belief systems that deviate from what they believe is acceptable, they could become quite erratic and rude. But in East Germany, as long as you don't be openly insulting, they're pretty much okay with whatever you think, So they've got this. They're a bit more. Funny enough, the East Germans are called intolerant, but they're more tolerant. The West Germans they're called tolerant, but they're less tolerant.
It depends. It depends. Like if you go to they are more than just these two extremes. There are a lot of people in West Germany that are still very, very conformative to the system, and not based at all, and very blue-pilled. But they will still say oh, okay, it's your opinion. I'm fine with that. Then they're like non-toxic, blue-pilled.
Right.
Yeah.
I like Germany.
It's just students, like Gen X and like all this cancer that's basically everyone who's young enough to get indoctrinated by the cancer that has swept over from America, from the US. Basically, all of them are toxic, or not all of them, but most of them. But if you talk to like older people, they are more tolerant. But they're still blue-pilled. They're still blue-pilled as fuck.
Yeah.
Maybe not as degenerate too. Yeah.
Yeah, I do like Germany. It's one of my favourite places. I've been to Leipzig quite a few times, and I actually quite liked it there.
Oh, I've never been
there. You know what's funny? I think Thinking Ape just released a video of desperate men and single mothers. Like I said, dude, it's unofficial. But if you're an average dude and want to reproduce, a single mother is your best bet.
It wouldn't bother me, if there was I wouldn't want to be a single parent, a step parent for a girl, but if it was like a boy and he seemed okay, I'd be alright.
No, don't.
Hold on, I gotta ask Mystery, what do you think of this, man? Because I know you wanted to go through the surrogate route, but
Mystery wanted to go the surrogate route.
Yeah, I brought it up before in the past about possibly going the surrogate route.
Me too. Hashtag me too. No.
Yeah, I don't see a reason to even bother with women sometimes. So.
Yeah, I'm literally thinking if
Mystery,
I don't get...
how would that work? Like you would first have to find a woman to have like your kid, but then
you can go through an agency to get that done. The agencies they have surrogacy agencies. They hook up with a woman, and then they agree to it. They sign some paperwork, basically legally saying the kid is yours, all that stuff like that. Gets taken care of. So.
Yeah, I would definitely do it with an agency too. But it'll be very expensive, especially if you want to get like...
Is it like one of those Foyd sperm bank, as in, oh, I want a tall, rich white Chad with blue eyes to be my, sperm donor? Basically the reverse.
Yes, you can do this. I mean, I don't know if there are like egg donors who look like trash, but I mean, you can choose. I think you can even see them. There are agencies that allow you to see the photographs. You can get their data, like how tall they are, what education they have.
So then essentially you'd be a single dad after the kid is born, and the kid is like essentially in your custody and all that.
Yes.
What would you want? What would you want, Mystery?
Interesting.
Mystery.
Yeah, like...
Huh? Jack Tiffin?
Yeah, sorry, I've interrupted the German gentleman. What would you say, mate?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that you could choose a Swedish Stacy model. It'll cost like a car, but then you'll have top quality offspring.
what would you want, Mystery? What would be your genetic choice if you're going to go down the surrogate route? What would be the ideal mixture for your genetics?
Like from picking a different type of race the women can go through, or what?
Well, what would you be selecting for? Intelligence, physical?
Oh, probably gonna be I mean, you probably just going to go for it all, right? Like you wouldn't just stop at one thing.
Yeah.
There's no reason to not go for it all if you have the option to go for it all.
I think that'd be a good idea. I think because of the situation we're in, if we're still talking the way we're talking in 2 years' time and nothing's changed, maybe we should just all accept that society wants nothing to do with us, and then we should move somewhere outside of civilization. Perhaps Madagascar might be a good idea, and we can all colonize this part of the world, and then get grade A genetics and surrogate mothers, and then set up our own businesses in this area that enable us to make money in this secluded part of the world, and we can create some sort of inkwell super race, a bit like we could have like this primary this well adapted sort of like global man that could come out of Madagascar, and then after 3 or 4 generations we've produced this global elite that can take over and infiltrate all the institutions of the world and then give power to our descendants, so we never have to suffer this bullshit ever again. What do you reckon, gentlemen?
Like the Star People, or the aliens from Attack on Titan.
Well, it could be it could be we could be doing that kind of thing, or we could be like a sort of like a sort of like a Jesuit order, you know what I mean?
Yeah. We could. I think the best way to start this off would be like to build a religious order.
Yeah.
Yes, like we believe in Saint Hammudi and stuff like this.
Create all these.
So then we go like, okay, we have like the bad side, and we'll believe in the black pill.
And because every single one of us isn't really bothered about anything that upsets the mainstream, because we've been kicked we've essentially been exiled from civilization. Our culture would be totally diametrically opposed to anything acceptable by the global world. So we'd have like some really crazy shit going on in our civilization.
It would be cool. It would be cool, but
you'd have like a mural of like Malcolm X, and then you'd go down the road and there'd be like a mural of like the most hated man in history, and then you'd have like a mural of Napoleon, and then you'd have like a mural of Bob Marley, and it'd be like all this crazy shit everywhere.
Great. Now we need the funding.
Huh?
Now we need the funding. We've got the idea. Now we need the funding.
Yeah. It'd be.
Yeah. How about the funding?
Well, I actually think it's a good idea, because we're being exiled. We're being exiled by a civilization. The civilization doesn't want anything to do with us. So why not just move out, find our own little area, and then just create this surrogate master race down in Madagascar?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
And we can. The stipulation is that you've had to.
And eugenics should be part of the religion too.
Yeah.
But healthy eugenics.
Healthy
not like
eugenics.
killing off people or something.
Yeah.
Just making sure that good genes are rewarded.
Yeah, just select for IQ and.
And not just BS like only looks or something. No, like IQ, then physical capability, and maybe
athletics
looks later on. Yeah.
Well, they reckon, the Greeks reckon that there was 3 tiers for a superior race, and it was Sorry.
Yeah, it was a gold, silver, and bronze or something. Yeah.
Well,
I think it was like platinum.
Yeah.
Or was it?
Well, he said, that they used to say there was 3 tiers for the superior race. One was the war. One was the ability to solve problems, basically intelligence, and the third one was athleticism. So if you can hit them three tiers of intelligence, war, and athleticism, and you could select for that, then you're going to create like a sort of Frankensteinian super people over a few generations. I think it takes 7, but I know it sounds crazy. It does sound crazy. It sounds absolutely batshit crazy. But what's better, to lay down and rot in your respective countries, or to everyone just to go and move somewhere else? You know,
To
and I'm
dream.
open for it. I'm open for it. We could just all move. All the inkwells, you know, you could have black cells, white cells. They're all welcome. Rice cells. We're all in the same boat anyway. No one gives a shit about us. We could we could then move to some like Madagascar or something and just create this perfect inkwell utopia of our surrogate of our surrogate breeding vessels, and then as we
Yeah,
start,
but that's a lot of eggs and egg donors you're gonna need. It's where you're going to get all of them.
I say select from like places.
I say if you want to join our nation, you already have to have a child, like one child at least.
Yeah, and we could also get the because if we could perfect the civilization, we could also have like an immigration policy where we only accept attractive women from around the world. So there's no men. If there's any refugee crisis in the Middle East, we just don't care. You're not coming in. If there's any and if there's any kind of food crisis anywhere,
we should care if we could get some oil, but
but if there's any attractive females, and it has to be attractive females from places like Colombia, wherever.
Wait. I thought we wanted to do eugenics, but like eugenics that would favor intelligence.
Yeah, but also
but I'm not sure if women from Colombia are that smart.
I'm not so fussed about the intelligence. They've got really nice figures, you know, and that to me.
But that's being hypocrite.
Who cares? I'm a hypocrite, bro.
Yeah, I know. No, but
I honestly think that could be a long-term solution.
Look, let's just wait. I'm going to discover work in genetics later on. No, I won't, but let's just imagine. And then I'm going to find out how to clone people. I'm going to steal all the Stacy genes and grow artificial clones in my lab. And then we're going to build our super nation. Then we don't have to compromise looks and looks for beauty. We have all.
They find the alleles now for DNA. They reckon that the alleles for DNA when it comes to intelligence, they're being discovered now. So perhaps with genetic engineering, it'll be possible to actually perfect the genes.
Maybe. I think it's very possible. It's just that it's going to take a shit ton of time. Or not a shit ton of, but like at least 100 years. To when you get to the point that you can actually pull something like this off. It's because the human genome is very, very complex.
Yeah. But I know it sounds a crazy idea, but I really don't think, within the context of many people's lives, particularly inkwells online, I don't think it's that bad an idea. You know, if you've got some guy who's like 28 years old and he hasn't, no one's touched his wiener for the last 15 years, and he's just jerking off all day to, you know, on the internet and shit, and he's about to blow his brains out through depression. Maybe something like that would be a motivational enterprise, and you could actually start to get these people moving and doing something different, you know. That's what happens at the end of civilization. You know, civilization, when it ends, we actually are living at the end of Western civilization. It's not very nice to think about, but I do think we're living right at the end of our civilization.
How long do you think it takes until Western civilization is done?
I think Western civilization in its present form will be totally collapsed and totally decentralized, and the administrative centers will be completely ineffective within about 30, 40 years. I think we're right at the end of the West.
Yeah. Like
Um,
if Germany's not going to get gas from Russia, then I think riots will start like in about half a year.
Really?
And yeah. I mean, Germany is very dependent on energy. I mean, we got coal, but that's it. And we don't. I think we don't even have the
Yo, Goran, I wanted to
isotopes.
ask, man, since you're in Germany,
Yeah. Yeah.
but yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
1 second. Had to clear my throat there for a second. So, like Canadian prepper was saying, you know, basically the Saudis are actually buying oil from Russia now. Like they've already peaked in production. And, you know, Biden was pressuring them to quote unquote turn the spigots on to ease the burden in the US for gas prices. But the rumor is that they don't actually have any more gas to sell at an, you know, increased capacity. And then the Saudis like buying oil from Russia. And then the other one was like Biden actually sent like, you know, I think it's like millions of barrels to China recently.
Okay.
And so this whole like oil and energy business is like coming to a crisis eventually, I think.
Yeah.
Like the world is actually kind of running out of power in a sense.
It is.
And I'm pretty sure Germany is going to be fucked like
Yeah.
whenever Russia is like, yeah, we're just not going to sell it to you anymore.
that bad?
I mean, they already cut off the north. Or there's a plan. I think they have like a planned. What is it called? They basically check the North Stream, but there are rumors that the North Stream is going, or some pipeline is never going to come, never going to be reopened. So if the gas supply is going to be cut off, then the industry in Germany is going to come to a halt. And if that happens, a lot of angry young men, and not only angry young men, are going to the streets, are going to go to the streets. And
Yeah,
they're
so
going to, and
did you
it's
see
gonna be a rumbling. There's gonna be a rumbling, and I mean, Germans are not the ones to protest, but I guess if everything has been taken from you, then you have no, I mean, you have no choice but to demonstrate and protest
yeah, but
and just lynch all the politicians. I'm sorry,
yeah,
I shouldn't have said
so
that, but that's
no,
what
I was gonna
people
say,
think.
did you hear what happened in Sri Lanka essentially?
Yeah, the default.
No, like the literally the people rose up, stormed the presidential palace, sacked it, and
Yeah.
ousted all the or they didn't oust them, but all the politicians there resigned essentially.
Yeah, it's just crazy.
You gotta take care of all of them. Like none have to. I this will sound bad, but you know you have to make sure that it's not going to come back. You know, you have to basically make sure that these people will never have the opportunity to have a role in politics ever, in any way.
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe
Like,
in exile or not. They
just take a look
exile won't
at
help.
you know, the U.S. political system. It's like fucking the Bush dynasty. Then now we got the fucking garbage Biden dynasty, I suppose. Like,
Oh, come on, Trux. He's a great man.
no, I'm talking like lifelong career politicians. It's like, dude, like just fuck off already. Like you've served your term, you're running the country into the ground. Like get the fuck out. You're 80 years old. Like, go fucking wipe your ass off in some diaper retirement home. It's like you're irrelevant. You got millions at the bank. Who cares? You've lived your life. Like, fuck off. Like, why are you trying to squeeze out a couple more $1 million before you completely go fucking senile anyways?
I mean, he's already senile, isn't he?
He is. Like, he literally is. It's still
Oh,
a
God.
mystery who was actually running the country.
I think we all know who's running the country of any government.
Yep, we all know.
But yeah,
Do you know there was the funny
starts
thing
with
is I
J
think
and ends with W.
we all know. Every single one of us know. We all know. Yeah. There
No,
was
no, it starts with an F and ends with an R.
Ah, okay.
Who's the forklift operator?
There you go. There you go. How'd you know? Sri Lanka screwed themselves with the lockdown. Yeah. Who's left for 2024? Kamala. Yeah, it's just horrible, dude. FBI in the chat today, taking a lot of notes today. Yeah, dude, they are. Too many old guys in politics. They have no idea what's going on. Most of them are so detached in more ways than just age. Yeah, it's just crazy, dude.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Secret Service is probably spicing up their security protocols these days.
The funny thing is that I'll give this some thought about a potential collapse within Western countries over the next decade, and what this German gentleman's saying about the potential for the Russians to cut off the energy supplies to the German state. I mean, that could mean that you're going to have a collapse scenario over the next year. But
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like,
yeah.
when it's
Now,
going to go like this, after half a year there are going to be riots, and after a whole year, Germany's going to fall apart.
right now, this is the thing that people don't pick up, and it's something that I picked up a few years back. I'm very influenced by a guy called John Gray, who's a British philosopher. He's a mainstream philosopher, but if you actually read his works and forget all the nonsense that he comes out with to justify his position within the elite, the guy has got some very, very clear insights about how human nature operates. And I was one of the people in 2018 who predicted there was going to be riots in America whenever there's next catastrophe hits, and it will come from the left. Now, I personally believe that if you had a situation with an an energy crisis in Western states, what you're going to find is that the block of people who are the most organised are going to be the ones who make the most noise. So it would actually be a nightmare, particularly in England. All you're going to get is you're just going to get the same kind of thing. You're going to get just riots, and it'll just be them signalling their adherence to the leftist narratives of the state, but just doing it in a more vociferous way. But I could see that happening in the future because the other thing that people talk about as well, we've got the energy crisis, but I follow a guy who charts the third world, and he says they're actually going for a food crisis right now because of the lack of support from Russia when it comes to their agricultural products. So
yeah, and Ukraine too.
So if you've got a situation with a lack of energy and food security as well, we could be looking at a pretty hairy situation over the next couple of years.
World hunger, yeah, probably.
Yeah, world
hunger.
Yeah.
It's really weird. I mean, sorry.
I hope you guys are prepped, dude, because I'm starting to see, so I would say 6 months ago, I stocked up on like canned foods, and it was like I buy the ready-made stuff, so you just open a can, microwave it, you're good to go, and you got a pretty decent meal here. But they were selling them for $1.60. Some of them were like $2.50. They had like specials where you get like 2 for $5. Dude, now a fucking can is like $4. I was like, what the fuck? It literally tripled or doubled in price.
Yeah,
You think that's worth it
And
now? Actually prepping.
I don't know if you.
yeah, no,
Um,
like so every time
yeah.
I went to the grocery store, I bought like, 6 cans. That's like a week's worth of like one meal per day kind of thing.
Mhm.
And it's like you spend $20. I spent $20 like 8 months ago. Dude, that same $20 is now, fucking $45 basically.
I mean, if push comes to shove, you can always eat humans.
I would say they're fucking disgusting and not tasty. Imagine all the crap that we eat. Like, do you want to eat someone that eats garbage?
I
Nah.
mean, if you have to choose, I mean,
People do
Well,
eat
I mean,
I think I did eat a human before I starved to death.
yeah, I don't think it'll get that
Yeah.
bad. But I'm just saying, man. It's like
I
if you
don't
weren't
know. I
prepping
don't know.
already, you're kind of fucked, dude.
Yeah,
You
I
think
mean, I think we've only had like half prep. I mean, we have cans, but not enough to sustain us for a week, maybe.
So you're actually
But
serious?
overall we have a lot of food always at home, but
So-
not canned food.
You're actually serious when like this postulation that there's actually going to potentially be like an energy crisis and food crisis in the West over the next few months is actually
Yes.
something that could happen. Really?
Yeah,
Like-
yeah. No, it's already happening. People
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
fucking know. Dude,
The prices are. I'm
I
sorry.
order Uber Eats like, at least once or twice a week. I know I'm fucking lazy at times, but dude, some of these fucking prices are insane. Like some of these stores, I'm like, how the fuck do they stay in business? Cause like I would say 6 months ago it used to be like, $15 for a meal. Now it's like 24. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like
if that's
it
the
literally just tripled.
So we're looking at inflation, food security issues, and
Yes.
energy issues.
Yes.
I didn't know this. I because
Especially in Germany too. Like the price is not even like on food that is already been prepared, but like wheat with the tea.
Yeah, and so
The price is doubled.
yeah, Goran, like what most people don't get is like the food that you're buying and consuming now is easily like 2 to 3 months behind. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, like so, you think you're getting fresh bread, but it's like, yeah, it was baked today, but that flour was grown a year ago.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like the food crisis will always hit like 6 months to a year down the road.
Yeah.
what's the time
So-
frame, Drew?
Like the way fucking prices are going up, I would say by the end of this year, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Winter is coming, buddy boys.
Yeah, and
Um,
everything gets expensive during winter because it's just harder to transport shit in general.
Right. So we could be looking at when you say a food crisis, does that mean there's actually going to be no food in the stores?
Yeah.
Yeah, like what's happening in the Dutch supermarkets.
Oh.
What's happening now? Please tell me, Drew.
Well, like right now, the Dutch
Oh.
supermarkets is empty because the farmers are like, yeah, fuck it, we ain't growing food right now. So,
Really?
yeah.
I don't read the news. Can you just tell me some more? So you've actually the Dutch supermarkets are empty. They can't actually be empty in the sense that nobody can buy any food because then that
No,
would just be-
like, bruh, look on Discord. I posted a few, clips. It is literally shelves that are fucking empty. I'm not
Oh my
talking
God.
one or two. I'm talking like aisles and rows and entire fucking produce department, like with nothing.
So what are the Dutch eating?
What's that?
What are Drew? So forgive me for sounding incredibly naive, but my belief would be if the Dutch weren't getting any food from the supermarkets and these are empty, you would now have riots all across the whole of Holland.
No, yeah, this is like temporarily. It just started like, in the last week or two.
I didn't
So
know.
yeah, like Because if your local supermarket was empty today, I mean, people aren't going to be rioting. But if it's empty for 3 weeks, a month, people will be like, shit, I can't actually eat. They'll be on the streets like fucking protesting.
Protesting, I would be doing something completely different.
Right. So
If
the actual
shit's gone that far, I'm going. I'm going all ham.
the Dutch are actually reaching a point of crisis, and this is going to spread to other countries this year. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was looking into the Dutch thing too. It's fucking retarded as fuck, right? So some fucking bullshit environmental papers were written back in I would say actually 2000, not even 2020. It's 2000 to reduce emissions and this climate change BS. And so rather than the Dutch parliament having balls and telling the EU parliament to fuck off, it's like they're kowtowing and trying to do word for word what this stupid old 20-year-old document guideline is trying to do. Like, that's how fucking retarded it is. Like, government is so literally so incompetent that, oh, do A. Oh, we're gonna do A. Like, literally can't even think like 2 pages ahead. So
Oh my
I say more power to the Dutch farmers and tell them to fuck right off.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, if you that means that the moment.
Yes. Now I remember. Yeah. I've heard it on the news too.
Right. So that means at the moment the Dutch people are eating food that's already in their house, basically. That means they're eating.
Yeah. And I mean, let's be real, most people have like, a couple of days to maybe a week worth of food easy at home,
Once that runs out, you're gonna have these crazy Dutchmen just running through the streets of Amsterdam and
No,
all
but
these other places, Rotterdam.
I would say the average person maybe has like 2 weeks, but then it's also an economic factor, right? Like, I mean, I can just go out and buy a fuck ton of food and, store it essentially. It's like if I want to drop like 2 grand on food right now, I could. It's just no big deal. But for, struggling people or average people, it's like, oh, I just want to go out and buy like, $500 worth of extra food. It's just not feasible. So if they weren't already prepping, they're basically fucked because the average person's not going to be able to like say, oh, I'm going to go spend 1,000 on extra food for the next 3 months or some shit.
So would you advise me to actually start prepping now and get some food in right now? Yeah.
You should have been doing that shit like a year or 2 ago.
Right.
I mean, I think if you start now,
You will eat the bugs.
fine.
You will eat the bugs.
Yeah, I could
You
just
will live
get
in the
basic
pod.
stuff like beans and that, and like basic food products.
Yeah, meat.
Yeah, I say go like canned food is good and rice and beans and cereal, that kind of stuff that, you don't need like long-term storage.
Take note. Like, take a lot of canned meat. This is going
Canned
to be
meat.
important. Meat, yes, meat.
And how much time do you think England's got until it actually reaches the Dutch stage?
No, the Dutch thing is a little different, dude. Because
because of
that's
local
a protest against like idiocracy on government.
Right.
So they're purposely doing that. But then in terms of actual like, global food security, it's coming already.
Especially
And I think you'll be fine in the sense that, you're in first world. Like, what's the people that are going to really suffer is third world because they rely on first world food.
which is
All right,
actually
so-
pretty crazy.
So for like an English situation, it might just be there'll be less variety of products on offer in the supermarkets.
Yeah, I would say like in America or first world, instead of having 10 choices, you'll have like half or 3.
I can live with that. That's not a problem.
No, but you don't want to be at that point. It's like buy your shit now when you can before it's not even on the shelf anymore.
But it'll cost 10 times more too.
Hmm.
It's gonna be
Yeah.
it's gonna be bugs and Gatorade, and that's it.
Very good.
Hi,
Dude,
Jay.
I think people are gonna lose their minds, man. Like people don't really get like once people see that it's gonna be not a temporary feature, because you can't blame it on COVID or lockdowns anymore. Like once people actually see that this is their new reality,
Yeah,
think-
like
Yeah, but they'll
Dusty,
blame it on war.
because I was talking to some average Joes and they're just like incompetent. Like they don't see the writing in the wall.
dude,
It's like,
yeah,
hold on. It's
so
like,
surreal.
gas prices are high because of the war in Ukraine or whatever. Or, it's because of Russia, or technically it is like that region of the world is like destabilized, which affects like, a lot of the food stuff. And then they go to the store, we talk about like high, inflation and oh shit's expensive. No, it's not even about things are expensive. It's about they literally wouldn't be anything on the shelf. Like they don't see the writing in the wall.
All right, but Dulux, you said that you have less choice, but now you're actually saying there will actually be no choice. There'll be no food.
It depends on where you live. I mean, I think if you live in the US, you have you don't get your food from Russia and Ukraine. But if you live in Germany, you get a lot of food from Russia and Ukraine, or from
Right.
basically Eastern Europe. And
What about-
now that because of the war, the harvest couldn't be reaped, and probably
And
actually the harvest is going to be in, but some portion it's not going to be. Oh no, the harvest. No, I forgot.
no,
I messed
Brian,
up.
I know
The harvest couldn't
exactly
be
what you're
sown. The
saying.
harvest couldn't. The wheat couldn't be sown. That's what I meant. The crops couldn't be sown because of the war.
And they couldn't sell what they
really want-
had because of the
Yeah.
mines in the what was it, Lake River? I forgot what it was.
It's in Odessa.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, so everything is on a delay. Like the farmers can't harvest what they have. They can't ship out what they have, and they're not planting for next year.
Yeah.
And does
So-
someone have a song in the background?
No, I think we're all echoing now.
Yeah.
Are the Russians? Are the Russian people? The Russian government? Are they securing their food supplies for the future?
I
Yeah,
think
Russia has been self-reliant for years, so
Yeah, we've had a minor sanction on them for a while. So I think in terms of staple goods, they might be more so self-functional. But
Yeah.
We'll see.
yeah,
So
we'll see.
we're gonna be a bunch of starving victims of food security, and you're gonna have loads of fat Russians a few 500 miles away into the east.
It's not. I
They're
think
not
they'll be
going to be
suffering.
fat, but
Yeah, they'll be
they're
suffering
not-
too, but they'll be maybe more used to it than the West. I'm not sure.
Oh, they are definitely more used to it.
yeah, and
Like,
here's also the
people-
other thing, right? Even if you're in first world, like let's say Europe or America, like you're still gonna have to pay regardless, because even if like the US has the capacity to grow, right? Like we have tons of lands and this and that. The problem is like fertilizer and all the other stuff that goes with farming. And so it costs more to feed animals, it costs more to grow. Like there's less fertilizer to go around. So it's like, yeah, we can grow shit, but are you gonna pay 10 times for the average food stocks?
Yeah, and guess what? The key ingredient for nitrogen-based fertilizer is
Animal feces.
no, not modern fertilizer
Nitrogen.
is based on natural gas. So it's essentially that's the feedstock. So natural gas prices have like what is it like risen triple in Europe.
It's gone up 4 times, Dusty.
They're gonna cut it off completely soon, apparently. So like at some
What?
point, it's just gonna ripple. It's gonna shock the whole world, and people are just in total denial.
Do you
Yeah,
think?
and I
Do you
mean,
think? Do you
if
think the
there's not-
Russians? Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, what I wanted to say is that if they cut the gas, and the economy will come to a halt, and then you lose a lot of people will lose their job. and if you don't have a job, you don't get your money, and if you don't get your money, you're not going to pay. Well, you could technically get money from the German social welfare system, but I don't know how they're going to handle all of this. I don't think that they will handle it competently.
Hell
They're gonna
no.
do the same shit, like print more money or print more Deutschmark,
Euro.
or yeah, the euro.
Do you think
Yeah,
the
that's.
Russians?
I think I read that story before.
What story?
Let's see. High inflation, low moral values, goose
Oh
stepping.
yeah.
do you think the Russian state has employed some longitudinal Machiavellian strategy where they've cornered this commodities market, and they understand that the West is reliant on their energy supply, on their energy markets, and they're basically now waiting for their time just to pull the plug and then collapse the West, and then they can take over.
I wouldn't doubt that they thought they had the energy market cornered and all that. Basically, thought the West gonna do shit, but I do think they were honestly surprised that the West went so hard in the paint.
Yeah, yeah. 'Cause
Yeah.
I saw a video recently with these Chechen. I think these Chechens are in Ukraine, and they were saying that they want to go as far as Berlin. Now, do you remember when this broke? This war about 90. I think it was 110 days ago, and I said that I thought that the Russian state was going to actually finish the war in Germany. Do you remember me saying that? Do you remember me saying that? I just had I had this armchair philosophy, you know, like an armchair general, and I thought the Russian state was going to go through Poland, then finish in Germany, because then they could merge the technical abilities of the Germans with the energy. The energy supplies of Russia.
I don't think that. Yeah, that would be smart, but I don't think that they would go for this, because if they would do this, then they'd risk a nuclear war. And even if there wouldn't be a nuclear war, if war comes to Germany, Germany's going to be probably bombed, and this means that the infrastructure is going to be destroyed, which means that Germany's going to be worth nothing. Because Germany's worth lies in its infrastructure, nothing more. Russia has natural resources. I mean, you could bomb Russia and it really doesn't matter, because you've got natural resources. But Germany has only infrastructure. And that's the reason why people in Russia also live poorer than people in Germany. Because Russia has been milked for their natural resources since Russia has been Russia has been founded, and even in the Soviet times, it has also been milked. So yeah,
there's so many dimensions of why European invasion wouldn't work. Like, for one thing, NATO, right? They're not retarded. Just having plans on Ukraine alone will set off every paranoid Red Scare motherfucker ever, because they clearly been prepared for this shit for years. Like, people keep on saying, yeah, NATO, like, made Russia paranoid. So on the other side of that, Russia didn't make NATO paranoid as hell by invading Ukraine. You think that wouldn't set off a whole bunch of alarm bells alone?
Yeah, you got a point. Yeah.
Like, NATO's territory starts at the Russian border. God damn it, that's how they think of it.
Yeah.
Let me find that video. But to add to that, Jack, it's a little fucking too late, because Germany was the least contributor to the NATO. Like that's what Trump was saying. It's like, why the fuck are we carrying all the burden for NATO? in terms of financially and economically, where technically speaking, the Germans should be carrying a lot of it.
So Europe doesn't kill itself.
And let me find that video. It's like,
Yes.
what are they trying to do? They're trying to print out 100 billion euro to ramp up the German army now. And it's like, they should have been doing that decades ago.
That's half the reason you had the EU and NATO in the first place, just so Europe wouldn't fucking go to a bunch of infighting.
I think NATO will break apart.
I would have thought that before this war, but now I think it has a little bit more of a lease on life, even if it ain't gonna last forever. Like
Right.
Like, do you
Oh
really
man,
think
Dante and his memes. That's some hilarious shit.
we'll go to nuclear war over like Latvia or something?
I don't know.
No, I don't think it will happen. Like when Russia took over Georgia, the West didn't give a fuck. Bottom line, it's insignificant for the West to care. So
yeah, that was then. This is now.
Yeah.
Latvia is NATO. It was so it's like, but if Russia does invade or they like send like a single bomb there or something, is it really going to be Article 5 nuclear war?
I think NATO's too
doubt it.
cocked to do anything until
Nah,
you got Russian troops in the country.
I think we're close to the. Look, we're basically in World War III right now.
yeah.
Unspoken as it is, the EU and NATO have gone full steam ahead in supporting Ukraine in everything. They've basically done everything but send actual soldiers that have NATO on their back. But they probably have a whole bunch of spooks and mercenaries there since the beginning.
So
like,
exactly, it's the plan is to fight until the very last Ukrainian, but are they really actually going to sacrifice their own citizens, their own
Yes.
infrastructure for nuclear war?
Yeah.
For
Yes.
Latvia?
Yes.
Oh, here we
you
go.
mean-
Finally found that video.
Wait, are we talking about Ukraine or Latvia?
Ukraine, they already showed like they're not willing to do much for Ukraine. Like just send a bunch of like Ukraine's done. I think the main issue is like what is his overall objective? And I think he's like reaching the end of it with the conquering the Donbass and that whole region to the east. He's literally running out of ammunition too, so he can't really go any further outside of that.
That is the most Pyrrhic victory. Like, what does Putin win on? Like, what's really there? I don't know how to come across.
Gas field.
I think the victory is
Ukraine is like white Afghanistan to me. It's white Afghanistan. Like what even if it doesn't have resources, it takes so much shit to keep it.
Hold on, Jack. You're missing one element here. So the point is, even Russia's military is in decline, and so assuming they want to quote unquote invade or take over or annex, like they literally can't do it in 10 years time. They don't have the manpower. Like even every military on this planet is also declining. Like we mock about US unable to fill the quota or whatever, but it's happening all over. So I would think Putin is smart enough to recognize that, yeah, if we don't do it now, it's not going to happen in 5 to 10 years time.
I get it, but it was still stupid. Like, think of all this blood, treasure, and most importantly, all the soft power that's been wasted on not even the NATO state. Like, the fucking CIA is probably breakdancing and fucking Langley and shit because they got so much shit done that they didn't even have to lift a finger, really. Like,
apparently, Russia earned more in excess profits because of the gas and ruble rising during the war than they actually spent on it, like in terms of monetary resources. And there's like a new global order that's forming between Russia and essentially, like if you look at a map of states that condemned Russia, it's very limited to West and Australia and some random Asian countries. Like it's essentially the world is kind of shedding America as like the hegemon. Like the order is changing, and that's kind of the main objective. I think that's unspoken about. Like, Ukraine is just another peasant. Like it's like a fighting ground over. Like listen to what's like a first interview with Lamprey, like where he talks about the whole history of Ukraine and how there isn't even really a language called Ukrainian. Like that was a mind fuck for me. Like the fact they don't even like the Ukrainians don't even know the language. It was like contrived by the Soviet Party. Like it was created like as a peasant, like a form of peasant language, as the
Yeah, I
official.
think
language.
Yeah. So
I
hold on. I want to add to this, right? Like most people don't even realize, but so the reason why this shit perpetuates is, you know, US can still project its world dominance through its carrier fleet across the globe. Like we mock about, oh, we spend like so much money on military spending. It's not actually spending. It's just fucking maintenance.
Maintaining, yeah.
Yes, that's the whole point that people don't understand. So because we spend so much fucking money on maintenance, there's actually nothing going into R&D that's substantial. While let's say China and Russia don't necessarily have to spend, you know, like a tenth of what the US is doing, but they can have all the time and money to spend on R&D. So in terms of cyber warfare, in terms of like missiles and, you know, the more advanced submarine and, you know, advanced nukes, like they have it better than the US right now, to be honest.
what's R&D?
Research and development.
development.
Okay.
I would say maybe true for China, but it honestly, look, you know what everybody was expecting with Russia, including people like me, because I'm kind of a war nerd a little bit. I was expecting fucking Desert Storm and shit, man. I was expecting like, all right, they're gonna send in a bunch of Tomahawk missiles and bullshit, flatten everything. You know this shit they're doing with artillery? That's what the US does with missiles, except they do it to the whole country at the same goddamn time and then walk in. Russia just does it to a little bit of territory with artillery, like it's fucking World War One or some shit. So their tactics are old as like. Well, honestly, they weak. Everybody expected like American level performance. Like, okay, they're the second strongest country in the world. They're really gonna show out. But like nowadays, I can't just believe in Russia as a competitive power. Not really. I mean, it's like they have a lot of shit, but it's mostly just bloat. And
but think about it. I think Russia wants to incorporate Ukraine into its country. You know, make it a part of its country. And if this is the case, then bombing
Yeah, I think Gorin's right
it,
in terms of like, so if you look at Desert Storm, like we just went in ahead, bombed the, you know, power plants. It was like a good strategic takeover, like, you know, dominance, control the air, control the land, control the sea, you know, destroy key infrastructure, and then send in the tanks after you like blown up everything to shit.
for like
But
2 weeks, yeah.
yeah, but then if you want to take over and keep a lot of it intact, it's like you just, it's completely different strategy. So in that regards, you know, you could see as like, oh,
That
this
even
first world superpower is struggling, but it's more like, do you want to smash the building or, you know, just take out a couple of pieces without having the entire
I
building
have
collapse?
I have two, I have two issues with that. One, they're flattening everything anyway. And two, if it's not possible to do your objectives, then why do it in the first place?
yeah, I don't know much about the war because I don't keep up that much with it. I'm not sure how bad Russia is in or how much resources they've wasted. So I don't know if what you said is true. Then well, they did a pretty shitty job.
I'm like, here's my thought on it, and I'll just say this real quick. Here, I'm thinking, okay, just like everybody else, okay, Russia's gonna flatten them, then it's gonna lead to an insurgency, and they're gonna bleed off bunch of money trying to even keep this place. Now we're about what 3 fucking months in. They're not even at that stage, and I'm not even sure, even if they somehow won the war, that they could even keep the territory or anything in it.
Yeah.
Let alone, I don't even think Ukrainian birth rates were that like even above replacement before they took the place. So like, what the fuck are you really inheriting? I mean, I understand their natural resources a bit, but is that wasting
Yes.
your entire army on?
Yeah, you've got like a birth rate of like 1.2 or something in Ukraine. They're circling the drain. My Spurge analysis of Russia, I think that the Russian state is trying to secure the food, the agricultural territory in the south of Ukraine, so they can hold on to that because they're worried about their food security for the future. And
Are you sure about this?
That's only what I think. I think that the reason why
they have a lot of agriculture, or they have, maybe not a lot, but quite some substantial amount of agricultural land too.
Right,
like the entire Volga plateau and the steppe.
Right. Well, I could be wrong. I mean, I don't actually think it's that big a thing. I don't think it was spread out of the Ukraine into the Western world. I think the more worrying thing for us is what we were discussing earlier: the ramifications of this conflict when it comes to our personal lives. You know, with food security and energy security, and that. And it looks like we're going to be FUCK'd in the next few months. So that's we're going to be fighting a war ourselves, and it's the war against hunger. You know what I mean?
But that is modern warfare. That's what if Altiz talks about it? Like, because of the declining birth rate partially, and like the interconnected economic systems, like the new World War III model is basically economic warfare and war by other means, essentially.
Yeah.
About that, there was like the Revelations, Bible Revelations. What is it called? Die Offenbarung, Johannes Offenbarung. Well, basically, it's written that first comes, I think, pestilence, which is basically the C virus pandemic. Then comes war, which is the Ukraine war, and after war comes hunger. And after hunger comes death.
Oh my God.
So
we're
which would be the jab.
The jab.
Yeah, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse.
Yeah.
I mean, for y'all, I didn't take that shit, but
I've got to take my booster next week. I think it's going to do me a lot of good. You know, wish me luck, fellas.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Jack. I wanted to ask, dude. Or Jack Tisson, I suppose. I was gonna say, what's the sentiment like after Boris Johnson resigned?
Right.
Over there.
Yeah, I mean, he's that situation over there. Sorry, in Britain at the moment with Boris Johnson. I don't talk to many normal people, so getting the normie perspective is going to be very difficult. I can only guess what they're thinking. Boris Johnson is a pretty popular figure in Britain because he's conservative to a degree. And I think there was a scandal with him, wasn't there? Yeah? Was there a scandal with Boris?
I remember he was fairly popular, as in,
Yeah.
he wasn't disliked as much, but yeah.
No. I think what people are interested now is in the leadership race and who's going to be the next prime minister. And there's quite a few contenders, and one of the interesting things is it's looking like there's a potential we're going to have our first non-white leader of the country, because one of the leading contenders is a guy called Richie Sunak, and that will be something that will be rather interesting, I suppose. But apart from that, I think it is a big issue, but it's a normie issue, Drew Lux. I think the average normie is pretty concerned about it, and they don't like Boris Johnson. I think because the media told them that he's done some bad things, and they've all turned on him. But I don't know much about it, Drew Lux, to be honest with you. I don't follow the news, mate, in Britain.
That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, what's the point? I don't vote, I don't see the point in voting for any of these people. They say something, and then they'll give you loads of information about what they're going to do, and then when they get in power, they do the exact opposite. And it's been happening for the last 100 years. I see the participation in a democratic process as, frankly, a stupid thing. You're playing a rigged game. What's the point? And I don't listen to these people. I know they're all liars.
I guess the Brits will have their Obama moment when they have their first ethnic president or prime minister.
Yeah,
But just like everything, Obama was also a fraud, and change or whatever. No fucking change came.
Yeah, I should imagine the left will in Britain will have their moment, and it will be quite entertaining to watch it. I'm a bit of a misanthrope, Drulux. I look at human behaviour as kind of mechanistic. They just behave how they do under certain circumstances, and I don't get distraught with people. I actually tend to look at them as entertaining. But yeah, they're gonna have their Obama moment. And let them have it. I think the food security is going to probably take a bit of the optimism away from them, because you've now had your dream given to you in the shape of this changeover of power, and then you go to the supermarket and there's no longer any food on the shelf. What would you prefer, Boris Johnson and a full fridge, or Richie Sunak and no fridge, no food in the fridge? These people have got to decide, and I hope they choose the second one.
Yeah, man, stock up on rice and beans, yo.
Wait. They call that on the internet. They call it the Eternal Anglo. Yeah, the eternal. The Eternal Anglo. They've got all these memes about the Eternal Anglo.
That's you, man.
They should do this. They should do memes like in 3 months' time of like the Eternal Anglo starving away in London.
Meghan Markle for PM.
The starving Anglo.
Harry Boris Johnson would be so worth.
Hey Jack, let me ask you a question. I know in America it might be different, but in the UK, would like a person of a different race that's not like Anglo-Saxon or like from the Highlands or something like that? Are they still considered British, like by the people? I know in London they might be, but what about the rest of the country?
I would say, I mean, you can't be British if you're not British, can you? Yeah. It's an ethnicity. It's a bloodline. It's a genetic.
Is that how everybody defines it over there?
I don't know. I think it's quite. It depends on the person. I would say the way that people talk about people that aren't of English or Scottish or Irish descent is they describe them as from their national origin. So they'll call them Asians, or they'll say that they're Indians or they're Afro-Caribbeans. So they actually describe people as their ethnic origin. They'll say like they're Asian guy. They won't say they're a British guy. So I would say that they're looked at as not of the indigenous ethnic group. But then if you've got I'm trying to think how normal we think, Dusty. Like with this soccer's really big in Britain, and when England are playing, if you've got like an ethnic football player who scores a goal, they will like go crazy, and they'll be like they'll cheer away, and they'll consider him to be English after he scored the goal. I would say that English identity is exclusive to the English people, but I would say if the ethnic person has some kind of achievement that endears himself to the British population,
it's like an honorary Anglo.
That's it. Yeah, you could be an honorary Anglo, and but English identity, Anglo identity, isn't that strong. It isn't something that many people are proud of within Britain. It's not like a high status identity. So saying to somebody you're an Anglo or you're an English person, they might actually not want to identify that themselves because they might think that, you know, being of an ethnic minority gives them a more of a sense of uniqueness within the sort of like this wider monoracial society. So I would say no. I would say the average British person doesn't look at people POCs as British. No, I don't think so. But no, I'd say no, and I'd say no. Yeah, no.
I never even thought of that. I never even thought of it till like 10 minutes ago. Americans can't even define themselves by bloodline, really.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, there's no descent called American. Like, even at the founding, everybody was fucking mystery meat. Like,
Well,
the
there are.
closest you
There
can get
is
is
a
white.
descent. Native Americans, but that's it.
There's only like 2 left. Goddamn, that don't count.
Yeah. Obviously, in places like France and Germany, the populations had like a continual occupation of a territory for thousands of years, so they're going to naturally be more attached to their territory. And
They are
to
not. They are not. No,
Huh?
they're not.
They're not.
Some are, but most are not. No.
Most are not. Yeah. I mean, I don't think like a normie. I don't even know how they think. You know.
Yeah, no, that's It's sad, but it's true. Yeah.
I think once times get hardcore, and they will, it's like a light turning on. It's gonna turn real quick.
Shit, what's the single mother rate? Like, if you don't even know your dad, can you even trace shit in the first place?
Yeah.
I mean, serious. Like, what's the concept of family to somebody who never truly had one?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's having a strong sense of I mean, places like Belfast, the Protestant part of Belfast in Northern Ireland, their sense of identity is overwhelming. They've got this overwhelming sense of cultural identity and territorial identity, and very strong sense of being part of this group. And I think you've probably got other places in the world that are similar to that. I think America, you're like a proposition nation. You're not really you're not an organic nation in the same sense as someone like Poland or France is. So it would be difficult. Perhaps if you like Kalahari Bushmen in Africa, they've probably got a very strong sense of identity where they live, because they've lived for like thousands of years in one territory. They're going to be very strongly identified with that area, and they're going to have a very strong in-group, out-group ethos. But a modern man, I mean, if you've got somebody, I'll never forget, I was on the tube in London one time, and I saw this guy, and I'll never forget this guy. It was about 15 years ago, and he was like half Asian looking, he might have been half Caucasian, I'm not quite sure. And he was like the ultimate product of modernity. Like, this dude was like sitting opposite me, and he had a pair of, I'll never forget, like a really, really bulky pair of earphones that looked worth about £1,000. He was wearing this modern clothing, and he had like everything on him was expensive, new and modern. And he looked like he's the type of person who had like a modern apartment in London. He had like a good job in a corporation. He just looked like he was totally part of the system, and he was like this rootless cosmopolitan. And I looked at him, and I just, you look at like somebody and you just realize like he's like totally a product of civilization. Yeah. And I looked at him for about 2 minutes, like on and off, and I just thought, this guy truly is a rootless individual. Yeah. And he got off and I got off. And yeah.
Yeah, I've got sometimes the same feeling.
It was the way he looked at me. It was the way how he looked at me. It was just like, he looked at me like I was crazy because I didn't have a new pair of earphones. It was like he was defined by his possessions. He was a bit like that guy at a Fight Club.
Literally?
You know, the guy in Fight Club, he
Really?
said I was almost becoming complete because he'd done out his whole apartment with all these
Okay.
mod cons. He was like that type of dude, you know.
I've never had
So,
this
so
to be
basically, the only thing that's gonna have a tie to the land in the future are the fucking robots we build from it. That's gonna be it.
going to be the companies.
The
Like in
people
the
really
Yeah.
like
future, we
nature.
won't have governments. We won't have countries. We will have governments. We will have companies. You know,
Do you know
Google's
people
going
say
to be like America. I don't know. BMW is going to be Germany. I'm kidding. I don't know.
No, you're not. It's probably right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's going to be split up by companies.
Mm. You know, when people say they're attached to land, like you've got this, like a person, like the classic, like person from maybe like a village in Italy, and they really love their area and shit. Do you think that's genuine? Do you think people really like nature and their landscape and all that, or do you think that's just signaling that they like that? Because
Of course they
Now,
do.
I can understand that sentiment. Like, it's all tied together. It's not separate. Like, it's like this sense of like identity, right? It's not just tied to land. And I don't know how old that idea is. Maybe it's only as old as agriculture, but you have land, you have family, and then you have that continuation of the ego through the father and shit. Like, it's all
yeah,
sorts of aspects to it. But
yeah, I think it's just I think the things that build people's identity, uh, it it might be the landscape, but I think it's more your family and the history and
Yes.
the lessons you get through history.
Yeah.
And that's why it's one of the ways to destroy a people really is to destroy their history. I think they've done that in Iraq when the the democracy builders went over there in 2003. One of the first things they did was they stole all the artifacts and destroyed their museums and I think that's one of the ways that you can sort of disconnect people from their reality is to sort of destroy their history first. You know?
Yes. And
yeah,
this is what is happening in Europe. Like, this is what happened to Germany because of the Second World War. Because it's now, because of this, it's frowned upon to be proud of Germany and be more
Yeah,
realistic, because it always invokes or evokes the
yeah,
fascistic.
yeah. But
What is it
imagine,
present.
imagine that's true for Germany. I know exactly what you're talking about. But imagine if you're a Red Indian, because these people they haven't got what we've got. You know, I can read a book on English history. They can pump out any propaganda they want on the media, and all I've got to do is get a $2 book from Amazon and read about English history. Imagine if you're a Red Indian in a reservation today, and your people's history was passed orally from person to person through the generations, and it was completely cut dead after the frontier after the frontier years, you know, 100 years ago. You've literally been completely disconnected from your past. Yeah.
That's
Yeah, I mean, we're in a better situation when it comes to that form of culture than other places. You know, other places in the world have literally been completely severed. When you've got a culture that isn't using a written word, yeah, when they don't write shit, you know, it doesn't. Then all their history is passed orally from person to person each generation. They actually keep it in their minds, and then the moment you disturb that, you actually completely destroy the people. You know, it's a very delicate thing that can be. You can ruin thousands of years of education in one generation, and that's one of the tragedies of modernity. That the Western world has it's destroyed all these traditions around the world, and now it's destroying itself. You know, it's a very we should all become barbarians again, like you know, like we should be savages. Yeah, I've got a lot of love for savages. You know, that's why I like the Red Indians.
raping.
Well, no, I like the Red Indian frontier back in the day. You know, I think they were one of the last authentic cultures, and I'm digging myself a bit of a hole here, but you know what I mean. You know, like that kind of ethos on the frontier of civilization. You know, that kind of shit.
The further man gets from the caves, the more he yearns for it. It seems.
Yes, I'd like to live on I'd love it. I'd love to live in a tribe. You know, like with no technology and just live. You know, hunting, gathering, martial arts, oral tradition.
Martial arts.
Yeah, trading goats for my next wife or for 3 wives, that kind of thing. You know, I find that a more natural, vigorous way of existing. You know, FUCK, the modern world, it's a load of garbage.
Until you start living that way, then you'll think completely different.
Yeah.
I don't know, because even Jack Tyson told the story about, and I heard it too, about people got taken in by some of the Native American tribes through war, whatever, and then they got rescued, but then they ran right back to the shit they got adopted from.
They did, yeah. The Comanches. When my friend is has done a lot of research into Comanches, and they would kidnap white people from civilization, particularly white women. But they would yeah, they would capture white men as well when they're young, you know, like 10-year-olds or whatever, and then they'd be brought up by the Comanches. And once you actually get integrated into that tribal system, the knowledge comes from the elders. You're hunting, you're free, you're having these war parties fighting other Indians. You've got this sense of identity. You've got all these great social occasions where you do like rain dancing and shit, and all the great stuff that involves tribal existence. And then you'd get these armies coming, and they would see.
We don't need to go back to the past. We're going to have this in the future. When the energy crisis and the food crisis is going to hit, we're going to go back into these times.
Yeah,
Not
I think
quite.
it's
You're going to have your tribes, your wars, your hunting, everything.
Yeah, it's gonna be on Klaus Schwab's terms, though. It's not gonna be exactly that.
Yeah,
It's gonna be
exactly.
like the most cut version. Like imagine a soy Native American in 1850 or some shit. Like that's
Yeah, that's the plan. You want to weed out the soy.
You're gonna have a headdress full of like rainbow colored feathers and shit. I don't know how to describe it.
Yes, that's what's going to happen. And trust me,
like the village people.
Yeah, but these people are going to be the first to go.
What?
If push comes to shove, like if shit's going to hit the fan, then these people are going to die first.
Yeah, I mean, problem is that when you look at modern civilization, the Jolly Heretics research about the dysgenic effects of the Industrial Revolution, there's something in the back of your mind when you look at the civilization and you see how bad it's become, but you know, because of the effects of modernity, and then you start self-reflecting, you realize you're actually part of the problem yourself. You know what I mean? You actually realize that you are. Yeah. You're nowhere near as good as you. You're not this great individual yourself. You know, that's what I think about myself.
You know, here's the problem. Here's the black pill. The blackest of all pills is that everything is the way it should be. You know, it's people always like dream of it could be different, it could be this, it could be that, but no, that's not how physics work. There are two things in physics. Again, there's randomness, which isn't free will either, or there's causality, which means that things happen now because other things have happened before in a certain way. So either way, you couldn't change anything, and you will not change anything from what it should be. It's just that some people are given certain life and certain features. Like, we're all here because we would always be here. You know,
It's
even
worse
even
than
randomness doesn't trick. I mean, randomness comes from the quantum effects, and they don't really manifest in the macroscopic world. So the largest portion of it is causality, and which means that yeah, it's over. In fact, it never even began.
well, just by the nature of how humans interact with the environment. And I know I've said this 1,000 times, but even if you did change the shit somehow, this is pretty much the default pathway.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
every other society that has been killed or taken over ends up like this.
yeah.
Technologically sophisticated and sterile.
Yeah, yeah. I think you've got a certain amount of volition in life. Chris Langan. Has anyone heard of Chris Langan?
I haven't heard of him.
No, he's this guy who's got the world's highest IQ, and he did a video and he spoke about you can be your own first cause. You can use your imagination, and you can do things that are not based on your own instincts and impulses and
Yeah,
environment.
wow, but yes, but then again, to think, to understand that you have this choice means that something has to have happened in the past to allow you to think that way.
Right,
You understand? Because
yeah,
you
yeah, I
you
do,
can
yeah.
always say like yeah you could like if I knew that this and that, but then again you couldn't have possibly known that, because if you could have known that, then things would have been different, but they
Yeah.
are not different. They are the way they are,
Yeah,
which is why
yeah. I mean, I don't adhere to that way of thinking, but I can understand. There was yeah. I'm hoping that we our next few months. I hope that the what is being described today about the food shortages doesn't happen and the energy shortage doesn't happen. That'll be awful, won't it? It'll be absolutely awful.
yeah.
I
I
can't-
mean, like what I said, it was also I only said if things are going to go as they go right now, like if the sentiment stays that the gas is going to be cut off, and the politicians are still going to continue to
Mm.
to get Germany involved in the war between Ukraine and Russia, well then Germany's going to get fucked.
It's so terrible because we've just come out of COVID and lockdowns. We've had this tyranny for the last 2.5 years where they've been chasing us around with needles.
Enjoy the war. Wait, enjoy the war until the hunger comes.
Oh, I mean, can't they just give us a break?
Yeah,
Can't
and then enjoy the hunger until
Can't
death
they just
comes.
can't they just give us a break?
Hold on. First of all, Jack Tisson. So when all this COVID stuff died off, you thought you were just gonna get your freedom back?
Naively, I thought once it's or they've been chasing me with a needle for the last 2 years, and I've been telling them that I'm okay, thank you very much. If you can read between the lines, that's how I've been behaving. And I thought after the needle was taken away, I thought that they would start behaving a bit more normally, but
Man.
First of all, they didn't take the needle away. Like Moderna's still working on the flu and COVID package, like a double vaccine. I forgot what it specifically was, but basically a combo package. Yeah, I think so, something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, that COVID isn't done by any means. It's just out the news cycle for now. But even y'all heard Biden talk about, oh, it's gonna blow up in the winter or so. And then you had to talk about monkeypox and shit, but everybody's making memes about it, so nobody takes it serious.
Oh, so they because I think that was probably the most successful. I'm not sure what that's on YouTube, but I think it was one of the most successful campaigns, medical campaigns in history, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah, most successful projects in history, the last 2 years.
Hell
And
yeah.
yeah, I
Now,
mean,
More
now you
people
know
probably
how
had that fucking shot
interconnected.
than people who've washed their hands in their life. Like shit.
True story. I
Serious.
mean, just look. Yeah, I mean, all the governments are they should be independent, but they still followed all the same. They still followed the same narrative about COVID. You know, so now you know how interconnected the global elite is.
yeah,
Like they're
yeah.
not going to think twice to screw you over.
Do you know what? I'd rather Russia invade, or there's a big war, or there's an energy crisis. Do you know what? I'd actually rather an energy crisis and food security crisis than a freaking another year of vaccines and COVID. You know, if I'm going to have a choice between masks and freaking every day there's some bullshit news story about COVID in the press. Or food shortages. I'd actually prefer to have food shortages and energy crisis. You know, I
Yeah,
could
until
not.
you get it, and then you go, and then you know that you'd rather have the other. But then again, I was thinking about like this biblical stuff, and for it to truly like unfold, what should happen would be we would have the war in Ukraine escalates to a third world war, which ends in a nuclear war. Then we have nuclear winter, and because of nuclear winter, we'll get no food, so we have hunger. And then after the hunger, yeah, well, basically everyone dies, and then you have death. That'd
We're
be
all
like the most true, or the truest. What is it called?
You don't need the bro. You don't need the hunger for death. Look, didn't Fauci already just recatch COVID for the second time or some shit? Just like triple vaccinated ass.
I think people in Britain have like taken 10 vaccines now. I haven't
That's right.
been.
Yeah,
That's
now they're
right.
recatching it even worse and shit. So
There's a
Yeah.
Russian politician that has been vaccinated 8 times, and he died.
Not surprised.
Yeah.
You could have that many vaccines, you ain't gonna last long.
Yeah.
we still had to see how many people survived to 2030. Like we don't know how this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of disconcerting, like if like you had obviously it's YouTube. I can't say too much, but there is apparently this is what I've been told. There is this syndrome where people are just dropping down now, and that kind of thing, and it kind of makes you wonder on. I mean, if I turn around to the average British normie, and I'm like the classic Eternal Anglo with his top hat and his suit and his walking stick, sitting outside some cafe, coming out of all his dandy rhetoric, and I said to him, "Look, excuse me, sir, you do realise that the next time you do what you do, you're probably gonna have some consequences." He'd look at me and he'd be like, "Oh, you're one of them, are you? And you're an idiot, these people are. There's actually a postulation, a theory that the critical thinking man, the type of person that isn't privy to group thought, the person who isn't brainwashable, we're the only true humans. Yeah, we're actually literally. And that sounds egotistical, but we're actually the only true humans, and the other type are actually robots, and we don't realize it. They're actually robots, and they look like they're made out of flesh and blood, but really they're just robots. And it would actually make sense because it's all what Charles Manson said. God, I'm digging a hole myself now. He did an interview with a guy called Nicholas Schreck in the 1980s, and he said, "I'm sure everyone's. I'm sure you've seen it, Jack Nickelback. They interview
Interview with who?
Charles Manson and Nicholas Schreck in the 1980s?
I don't
Shrek.
think so. You know, I might have like seen snippets maybe, but
All right, this interview is fantastic, and he says, he goes, Nicholas Schreck, who asked him a question, he says, "Have you got any hope for humanity?" And he goes, "I'm not on that level. I don't." He goes, "You tell them something, and they go, and then you tell them something else, and they go, and he goes, "Every single day, for a paycheck." He says, "There's nothing you can do. There's no communication with them." He says, "They're like animals." He said, "They haven't got intelligence of a zoo." Yeah. And that's the problem you've got when you're communicating with the average person. You're not even dealing with my dog or a cockroach. You're dealing with like a beast. Yeah.
I wouldn't go that far, but
I would.
I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the English speaking world is seems to be a little bit more degenerated than
Yeah, we're dumb.
Germany, at least.
I would have a lot more faith. Look, my faith in humanity is like pre-COVID, post-COVID, because once you saw like how many people like just lined up for shit, just went with the program and didn't ask a goddamn thing, and were willing to sell everybody else down the fucking river. Like hell no, I'm like shit. Maybe the Illuminati got a point. Maybe we could use a few less people. I'm dead serious. I'm like,
yeah, you're right.
Yes.
Klaus Schwab had a point. Like shit.
Klaus Schwab's a good guy in all this.
yeah. Now this is literally what I think when I look at all these sheep. I go like you can't help but exploit them. Like if you don't exploit them, then other people will exploit them. And I mean, are we really worse than people? No, I'm just as good, if not even better. Then why shouldn't I exploit them too?
It's not even
You know,
that.
if Abramovich and Wechselberg can do this, why shouldn't I do it? Am I less of a human?
It's not even that. It's the fact that regular ass people are like turn to either violence or social shunning like so fucking quick over shit that ain't really a big deal in retrospect. It's like, damn, I'm living right beside the enemy, and I haven't even known it for 20 years. Now all of a sudden, you might go outside, forget your mask one day, and now, for 2 years, you could not cough outside or inside. Like it was a rat.
Yeah. I did. It's actually in England. There was a circumstance that happened, and I was talking to this dude, and when you because the average Anglo is pretty much brain dead, and if you what I tend to do is I tend to ask them questions, and I say it in a way where I'm open for persuasion, and I get quite entertained by their answers. So I went around all day one time asking people what they thought about people who hadn't taken the you know what, and most of them said, throw him in prison or and then one guy turned around and said to me, he went, "I'll tell you what you should do. You should line them all up and you should gun them down." Listen, right? This is the attitude that these people have got. They're so brain dead that they can be told something, and then that's it. The enemy is non-persons. And the thing is, this is the reality you've got to manipulate deal with when you're dealing with interacting with people. There's only about 5% of mankind, and funny enough, it's one of the only things that goes across racial groups as well, because you get people from every racial group who are of this mindset, but it's only about 5% of mankind as a whole who are actually capable and actually are predisposed towards having their own thoughts, and that is scary because that
Wait,
means
really? Like, what study
5%.
proved this?
5% of the human population across the world are the type who actually think their own thoughts. Yeah, 95% of mankind basically is indoctrinated by whoever's the strongest power around them.
All right. Now, here's the fucked up part about that, Jack says, and that's actually some ancient shit. Because if you read like the Hermetic text and all that, or maybe some Gnostic text, they'll talk about there are as many now as there ever were.
Yeah.
Which basically, to translate for everybody else, means there are as many actual souls on Earth as there ever have been, and everything else is pretty much just in a sense. In a sense, yeah.
Maybe, but then again, I guess there's also the theory that, well, the souls are just there's an abundance of souls, and in the past they used to wait longer to get reincarnated.
Yeah, and do you know the scary thing about it? Yeah, guys
Yes.
like
Oh,
sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. My bad.
All right. I'll tell you the scary thing about this. If you're a brain dead sheep or moron, you haven't got any responsibility because you pretty much just do whatever you're told by the system. That could be going off and fighting Iraq. That could be arresting people for not taking a particular medical product. That could be harassing people in the public because they don't think the same things as you think. That could be any sort of thing. But these types of people are basically flesh and blood robots. But this is the scary thing. This is the very, very scary thing. If you've been given an open sequence mind that actually thinks its own thoughts, you've actually got responsibilities for your own beliefs and your own values and your worldview and your own ethics, your own choices. And I do believe this is a bit sort of off the topic. When the sheep all die, they don't get punished for their deeds. But when the people who are of that type, the type I'm describing, when they die, they actually get judged for what they do. Yeah. So in one way, we're given like contemplative experiences that are like which is we're more alive than these people, but we're also we've got our answer for our deeds and they haven't. I want to be a sheeple. I want to be a sheeple.
No, but about responsibility. What I think is that the only one that you have to be responsible or hold responsibility, or was heißt Rechenschaft, blöd, to be, I have to look it up. Anyway, so basically the only one that will judge you is you yourself. So
yeah.
And not just your consciousness, but your subconsciousness. And if you've done something bad and you feel bad about it, you will evoke and invoke something that will harm you. You might even not be able to get what is it called? To get over something bad you've done. For example, if you've killed someone, and you can even go crazy about stuff like this. It's just that you have to, when you do something, you have to go inside yourself, and ask yourself, is this really what I should be doing? And if you know that you can, that this is the way for you, then nothing bad will happen to you. This is also the reason why people can kill and do horrible things and never get punished in their life, or seemingly punished by God, because they're in alignment with what they want, with what they truly want.
Yeah.
And after death, I don't know. I think I had a thought, an interesting thought. It might be that after death, that the moment of death, will be stretched into an infinite vast amount of time, and you live in this one moment. Like it's like time will stop for your consciousness, and your consciousness is going to enter into a like dream state where anything is possible. And if you have had certain thought that was or a certain emotion that was very strong at the time of death, then this will manifest in your dream. Like if you were very, if you were very depressed and committed suicide, then you're going to enter like some hell state where you're going to be where you're going to punish yourself, basically. Because you're depressed, and this means that you're going to be probably mostly depressed during this entire infinity, during this moment that will go, so that is going to last for an infinity for your mind. Because I mean, there's not going to be anything past that moment, since the brain died.
Yeah.
I mean, this could also explain why people see their lives flash before their eyes when they're like in super dangerous situations.
So,
And
like, if you're
then
like,
you go like, how the fuck can you remember all of your life or most of your life in a moment? And maybe that's really what's going on. Like,
so like, if you're like a retarded leftist, you're actually gonna you're just like totally indoctrinated. When you die, you're just basically going to spend the rest of your eternity with these conflicting, anti-natal, degenerate views for eternity.
yes.
You're just going to be like you're going to be as insufferable in the afterlife.
Yeah, but
Just because you die don't mean you learn shit. I got
That's
verified
right.
stories of that shit.
I think
Racism,
maybe
all that shit.
you
Still
learn
going.
something. But what I think is that the general tone will, or basically what, is not going to change a lot of things. I think like after death, it's basically endless stagnation, infinite stagnation. Or maybe not. Who knows? Because I mean, in basically Kabbalah and I think Hermetics too, they teach that after death, or they don't really teach it, but you can sort of see it. If you read between the lines, then you can get the impression that after death, the soul is eternal and it can basically probably even evolve, like change.
Oh, goddamn Jews. Every time.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know that? I think you get reincarnated, and I actually take an Eastern view. You come here, and it's until you actually realise that this world is pretty much works in cycles, and you've analysed human life to its nth degree, and you work out the various things that what life consists of, and I think once you reach that point where you've actually got this understanding, I just think you just don't come back, and you might actually be transported to another planet, but I think being alive is actually good. I know it sounds like I'm very misanthropic, and I am very misanthropic, but I think being alive itself is actually a very good thing. It's
Yeah, me
now if you're a
too.
Gnostic type. If you one of the Gnostic types, then this is, as far as the Kabbalah, this is the ass end of the tree and the lowest part of the universe. No, I'm saying, all right, going.
Yes, I know. Not
All right.
quite the lowest. Depends on how you think about it.
the
It
Gnostic
is
religion.
literally the lowest. There's nowhere.
It's the no. Wait. But it's weird. I mean, you have heard about the Clifford. Have you?
Yeah, I know all the basic concepts. I even
Yes,
got thoughts on
yes.
that and
So
shit.
some say it's like lower, but I believe it's on par. But the way that I interpret the Qliphoth and Sephiroth is that basically the Qliphoth is always one plane lower. So if you have Kether and Thaumiel, then Thaumiel would be one plane lower.
You
And it would have the number
going?
2. And so lower than Malkuth would be, well, basically Lilith.
Lilith.
Yes.
What's Lilith?
Yeah,
I've
they
heard
na-
someone say it.
It's the
she's
10th
the
Qlipha.
yeah.
Some
It's
lunatic
basically the
Qlipha.
flip side of Malkuth in Jewish literature, but
Yeah, some lunatic one time told me at a bus stop about Lilith. Like I didn't pay him attention, but he kept
Yeah, but
telling me
I'm not talking about the demon
is Lilith a
or the
demon?
human. I'm talking about the Qlipha. It's not really this. It's not the same thing.
Yo, Goran, are these realms or planes named after Foids?
some are, some aren't. Like
Yes.
Lilith, yeah, it shares the name with the demon in Jewish mythology that rejected Adam and all that. You have one that, oh shit.
Why, Jack?
You have a few named after other kinds of male demon, whatever. All right,
Yeah,
Goran,
it's okay.
I'm gonna give you a little bit of what I know about Kabbalah as a apparent heretic and all that. You know how they say
I'm a little bit. I got a little bit of a heretic, or I became a little bit of a heretic myself when I started to study colors. And you know they have like the 4 scales. Do you know of the 4 scales?
I'm familiar, but I forgot the motherfuckers. I
Okay,
haven't
yeah.
dealt with
So
that
you've
concept in a
yeah no,
while.
and so some things were just very off. I was studying the colors in relation to the zodiac and the elements, and I was like the king scale makes perfect sense. It's like perfect symmetry. It's like everything makes sense. And then I got like to the queen scale. I was like, what? Then came the knight scale. It was okay, makes some sense if you accept the queen scale. And then the fucking knave scale is just pure BS. I'm sorry, but why? There's no reason. There's no symmetry. There's nothing. It doesn't make
Goran,
sense. It doesn't work in meditation. It doesn't
that's
work in
just most Kabbalistic information ain't fucking real. It's not.
Yes.
It doesn't deal with the actual Kabbalah. It's just shit that was assumed and rationalized. That's why a lot of shit doesn't make intuitive sense.
Yeah.
That's why you keep
Yes.
on hearing me call myself a heretic, because like I disagree with these people on a fundamental level.
Oh,
I don't take my knowledge from humans. I take that shit from Newitt, all that shit. But
great.
all right, I'm gonna give you an little aspect of what I know. You know how they say
Okay.
the Kaliphoth is the unbalanced side and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not true. That's actually how those Sephra actually work.
Oh,
Isn't that
okay.
so? When you have something like what is it, Chokma for number 1?
Chokmah.
Yeah. All right, this is spill the secret right there. Anyway, all right, basically supposed to be the male force, whatever.
Yes.
That's not imbalance. That's not supposed to be imbalanced. That's supposed to represent that concept in its purity.
Yeah.
So the Kalipothic concept of it is actually close to the reality of what that Sephra actually is.
Okay, now I lost. Wait. So okay, Chokmah is a fundamental principle. Okay, yes. And the Qliphothic flip side, or the Qliphothic aspect, should be how it works in reality.
I'm not even sure the Kaliphoth exists like they say it does, because people keep on saying,
It does.
you get to the Kaliphoth by going through Doth and shit.
It's bullshit. Look.
Like
So the way that I understand is, I learned the Sephira by numerology, and it's actually it makes sense. This is what I so, but I haven't read about it. It's just something that came into my mind, and I started like to think about it a lot. So we got one. One is Kether, and it just means it's just the causality of existence. You know, if you would think about, well, how does it work in reality? Well, it's the law that allows virtual particles to exist. You know that like it's the law that, or the causality that makes things appear and disappear, that births and then dies of something. Then we go two. We have like two particles, but now we introduce the Clifford. Two would be Thaumiel, which would be the twins of God, which means that there are two, but just two dots with no line between them. Just means separation, disunity. You know, where there's one, it introduces polarity, whereas where there's one, there will be the opposite. Yeah, and with no interaction between them. Also introducing stagnation. And then we go to Chokmah, which is two, but this time we've got a line between those two. And it represents attraction. Not attraction, but interaction. Sorry. Interaction. So the line represents interaction. So now we have interaction between these two dots and change. And then when we go further, we basically adopt these two things. And there's a lot more to talk about, but
I have a question for you guys.
Let's just go to
This is off topic,
Bina
but,
really quick.
It's an off-topic
Bina would
question,
be just.
but wait,
okay.
what?
Can I talk about Bina really quick? I'm not going to explain everything.
Do you
obviously.
have to?
No, I could, but it would take a lot of time. Anyway, just so that you understand. Yes, and the line would also symbolize the fire, you know, the will, the interaction, which is fire. Anyway, and Chokmah being the first Sephira of fire. Okay. Anyway, Bina would be then a triangle. You've got 3 points, all are connected with lines. So you've got interaction between these 3 points, and they form a plane. You know, the most simple plane, the triangle, which is water. Also, if you think about it, and if you've noticed, we've got like, we went from air, from Kether, to fire, to water, down the wheel of manifestation, which is also air, fire, water, which means that fire rises from air, from thought, arises interaction, and emotions or assessment and dependencies arise from interactions. And what Bina just actually means is that by introducing a third point, I'm now able to manipulate the interaction. Which is what a dependency is, which is, when you think about it, emotions, which is what they are in their fundamental level. It's that you see an interaction, you witness a will.
I have a question.
And you,
off topic here.
Interact with it and manipulate it.
All right, I'm gonna ask one quick question to go on after mystery school goes. But
I was gonna ask really about the kind of really off topic, but about the Georgia Guidestones being blown up by who knows who. That was pretty big news on the internet.
What the fuck? What?
Yeah, the Georgia Guidestones got blown up.
Yeah, Tim Pool was talking about it too.
I would suspect the fucking Illuminati did it because they thought 500 million was too many people.
Yeah, I don't know. It was kind of a news story that came up. Maybe let me read up on it real quick.
Was that some World Heritage site or something? I must be confusing it with something else.
Georgia Guidestones, these two large stones anonymously commissioned with a whole bunch of statements about what the world should be. Like there's going to be like 500 million people max, all sorts of shit. And everybody's been saying the Illuminati put it up. And who knows, maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I was like, all right. So when are we going to die? That's basically what everybody's been thinking ever since they've been up.
We were put up in the 1980s. Yeah, I remember that. That being information about that shit.
So, Jack, you're saying it's like a modern day, what's that? The 10 Commandments?
Yeah.
Zephyr
Somehow either
or what?
evil, soy, or both. So what?
Those guide stones were lined up astronomically as well.
Okay, yeah, maybe that was it. Yeah, that might have been Illuminati.
Yeah, dude. I don't think I've even heard of this shit until today. So, or since yesterday.
That's like conspiracy talk 101. Everybody knows about the Georgia Guidestones, the Bavarian Illuminati, like shit.
I only heard of it until now.
What
Well, that's why you
Guidestones?
didn't get invited. The Georgia Guidestones. Yeah, Goran, fair enough for you because you don't live here.
The
But
first time too.
no, Goran, it's fair enough you don't live here. Drawlix, I'm disappointed.
I haven't been to Georgia, so I've driven
Georgia is
through
actually
Georgia.
in Asia. Why did you call a state after a country?
Well, why
No,
we
isn't
name
it-
state after Mary?
Isn't it
Yeah, Maryland.
in the state of Georgia? Is where it's located at?
Yes, in the U.S. Also, Richie Hart, I think you're talking about Minerva, right? I think the isle is Minerva. Let's see. What else I know off the top of my head? Oh, yeah. Azathoth and Cthulhu mythos. I think that's Tiamat. But, well, that's a whole other thing.
Who should be Tiamat?
You know Azathoth, that the great god that's actually dreaming the universe.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think I've heard about it, but I
Yeah,
don't.
yeah.
I think I just heard the name.
Yeah, I think that's a representation of the Great Mother and shit, which would be Tiamat. You know those old stories where the
Yes, I know
This-
who Tiamat is.
the great goddess who's always torn apart and out of her remains the universe is created, all that sort of shit. There's a whole bunch of those. What's that called? Chaos Kampf, something like that.
Yes.
Those sort of creation
Chaos.
stories about pre-creation. But
I
yeah,
think
Goran, that did.
Karuna didn't. Yeah, I mean, what I think what I said wouldn't help many people at all because I didn't explain it really. I was just talking.
Yeah, Goran, I got one question, and if you could figure it out, you'll boost your
yes.
Kabbalah information tremendously.
Okay.
You know about all the numbers on the tree, allegedly, right?
Yes.
And the tree is supposed to represent all reality, right?
Yes.
And they have zero as Ayin, right?
Yes. And Darth. But I believe that Darth is actually 4, but...
No, it's not 4. But I'm going to ask you this.
Okay.
0 is a part of reality, right?
Yes.
Well, how many Lamborghinis you got next to you?
0.
Well, then, all right, then it's an inherent part of reality.
Yeah.
So why don't the traditions have it on the tree?
Well...
You understand the...
Yeah. Wait.
You understand
I know,
the fundamental
I have one
flaw?
answer. Yes, but I have an answer for this.
Go ahead.
But it's a non magical one. It's just that people back then they were too stupid to think about the concept of 0.
Now, Goran, I'm going to blow your mind again.
Okay.
Kabbalah is built with 0 in it.
Yeah, you
So
said
that
that Ein, yes.
No, I didn't say it was Ein. I said the traditions now say it's Ein,
Ah, okay, the tradition now say okay.
which is how you can tell they're false. The tree has all reality in it. You can graph all those
Yeah.
numbers on that son of a bitch,
Yeah,
but it doesn't have 0 allegedly.
yeah.
It's literally built to accommodate 0. And I'm spill the fucking secret. It starts with it. It doesn't go 1 through 10. There's
Goes 1 to
11
0 to
separate.
9.
No, it
Ah, you
goes
mean
from 0 to
11
10.
Sephra?
No,
And
yeah,
Darth is
exactly.
one of them.
Exactly. That's the
But
whole
Darth
fucking
would
secret.
be 4. Darth would be 4.
No, it wouldn't. Count it.
Wait. No, but it goes Keter, Chokmah, Bina, Darth.
Exactly.
goes
0, 1, 2, 3. Darth was a part of the Kabbalah from the fucking
I'm sorry,
start.
not 4, 3. Fuck.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's Saturn.
Fucking yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I don't know what planet 0 represents, but it goes Uranus, Neptune, Saturn, and then the rest.
I've read Liber 777 about this, and
And that nigga was wrong. I'm
yeah,
sorry,
you
but
think but okay. So you think Uranus is the highest planet?
possibly. I know this system is built on 10 days and it's possibly built on 10 planets. It might or might not include Pluto, but I know the shit starts with 0.
Okay. So you say Uranus. What was the second one?
No, I don't know what starts with Keter. I don't know if there's a planet there. Uranus is 1.
So it's Chokmah. Okay.
Yeah. Then you had Neptune for 2.
Yeah.
Then you had Saturn. And then the rest. And I don't even agree with the planet attributions after that.
Okay. Yeah.
I told you when I said I was a heretic. I take
okay, I understand.
Yeah, when you read that Crowley shit, but you take the implication of what those gods meant, it comes out a lot fucking different. Because
I haven't dealt a lot with gods, to be honest. Yeah.
Well, they're the one. Look, if you tell what the Book of the Law.
Yeah, I think I have it, but.
Yeah, well, you need to read it because when it talks about Crowley and how he will not understand the words written in the book, and he'll just come to destruction if he'll just fuck his life up if he tries. It's because he still had that old thinking. He couldn't think past the old paradigms because they were fundamentally wrong. You had to get rid of that shit.
Yeah.
You have to just take the information as it comes, which is the only way you can catch a flaw that easy. That it doesn't work unless you start with 0. And what that applies about Ayin, I don't know. Ayin might be a negative number, or it might even be a number.
Yeah,
it's supposed to represent shit that
Ein and Ein Sof and Ein Sof Aur is
no.
It's beyond me. I don't know.
I'll tell you, there's no triple darkness. There's only Ayin.
Okay. So it's only one. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Keter represents all potential in the universe. It represents everything that potentially could exist, even if it doesn't. So that Lamborghini next to you, it could exist. There's the possibility of it existing.
Yeah.
But it's not actual. But the potential's there. So
and that's
what's
what the 0 is?
Yeah. So what's Ayin?
Non-existence. What doesn't exist?
No. You already have Keter for that. Keter is stuff
Okay, what could exist? Okay, what could possibly exist?
So what's Ayin?
Then Ayin would be that which could not exist.
Exactly. It's 1 over 0. It's the impossibilities.
Yeah. Impossibility.
That's the original fucking evil. That's what Cthulhu is. That's when they're talking about those fucking old guys that are gonna destroy reality. It's the shit that literally can't exist in the laws in the universe. But what's fucked up is that it's first. So what that implies is that the universe actually comes from a chaotic reality before the laws. It comes from that silly shit, and then logic comes from that. You get order from chaos, but you can't reverse it. From a random sequence, you can get a logical number.
Yeah,
You can't take logical numbers and then go back to some weird.
yeah, only simulated, but it's not going to be the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, so when you're talking about Ain and all that, you're literally talking about things that are literally unimaginable. And
Yeah.
white computer
Yeah.
power, I'm not a secret cult. God damn it. I'm pretty out in the open. That's why I wouldn't be talking about this shit.
Yeah. If you would be in a cult,
Yeah,
you wouldn't be talking. Yeah.
There is nobody on fucking earth that'll tell you this shit. I might be the only person.
Yeah. Yes.
Predict the future for us, my dude. Do
Yo,
it.
Jack, I got a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you're saying there's a possibility that I can get a blue-eyed, white blonde Stacy next to me right now. The possibility exists. Ain't happening though.
Yes.
And that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yes. It's like
only.
a like a.
All right, but here's the deeper aspect of all that shit, though. So we have what existed before. All of what we call reality comes from that. But if you have people talk about this as a matrix and all that shit, then the whole tree is about the shit that isn't real. And Ayin is fucking reality. So all the
Okay. Yeah,
Kabbalah,
I understand. Yes. So
all the
basically,
Kabbalah is a fucking study of the matrix.
yeah, but Matrix that basically builds our reality.
Our reality is just a fake shit too.
True story.
Y'all talk about when you die, you just go up and down that fake ass tree.
Feels good, man.
Yeah, and if you're talking about those original beings and shit, those original souls, it's about getting out of this fucking. It's about getting out of the fucking tree of life, supposedly, and getting back to that fucking craziness, the actual reality. It's about escaping the universe and burning it behind you.
Oh, this sounds very Left Hand Path. Like escaping
Laugh at-
reality. Yeah. It's just
No, they ain't got shit on me. God damn it.
Oh. No, wait. Do you have Left Hand Path books?
Shit, that's where I started. God damn it. I keep on bringing.
Really?
Yeah, I keep on bringing up Bobby Hammett and all that sort of shit. Y'all don't take me serious. That's why.
Holy fuck. Okay. Okay. Which books do you have or?
Say some name real quick.
All right.
Here we go.
Yeah, I gotta call
Police
cough real
suspect-
quick. So hey,
Yeah.
I'll be. Yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom right quick. I'll be right back in a few minutes.
Okay.
All right, buddy. Police suspected the suicide of 3 members of the Korean family was possibly due to financial crisis associated with the recent Luna crash. Oh god, they invested in crypto. The Korean Jongong Daily reported details of the grim news yesterday. On Wednesday, a car belonging to a family was recovered from the waters of the island of Wando in South Korea with 3 bodies in it. The bodies are suspected to be those of 10-year-old Cho Yo-na, her 36-year-old father, and 35-year-old mother. The vehicle was discovered 6 days after police report was filed by Cho's family. The family had apparently been on vacation but had not returned, awaiting school officials. It is believed that the family was last seen alive nearly a month ago. Investigators have not confirmed the cause of the suicide, but believe the family was struggling to pay their bills. Cho's family ran a computer shop that was closed down a year ago, and police found unpaid bills at the residence. Disturbingly, the family computer's search history check revealed that the search for Luna coin, sleeping pills, and ways to make an extreme choice, a phrase commonly used in Korea for suicide. Oh my god! Wow, so they lost a bunch of money with a Luna coin. Here we go.
You know, I don't think they necessarily invested in Luna from the get-go. They were probably already struggling, so then they saw Luna as a hope, and then they invested everything, and it fucking fell through.
Yeah.
You gotta buy the dip, man.
Keep buying the dip.
Just buy the dip, yeah. I mean, it's stupid when people, even when they just invest in stocks and in regular stocks, and they go all in. You can lose a lot of money. You should never do this.
I can tell you from experience what that's like. you don't if you're not trained properly, and I'm still not like I'm still only like 80 to 90% where I should be. Like you might have the best plan in the world, but like when the emotions are gonna hit when you think about all you could do with the money. And it's not even about getting good stuff, it's more like getting out of the bad stuff. Like I could finally pay this loan, or I can finally get these
Yeah.
bills. I could pay my kids' college bills and shit. Your plan goes out the window because you start making plans on shit you haven't even done yet.
Yo,
Yeah, but
you
this is
know,
what
Jack,
stocks are
it's
all about.
yeah, I was gonna say it's interesting because if you would have asked me, you know, like say 5 years ago, I couldn't even tell you, but like, you know, I lost like 20, 30K in the dip or the market's like, you know, crashing. But I'm just like, I'm not even sweating it. That's like, it's like on a different level. So, you know, in the beginning, I was like, holy shit, did I just fucking lose like 10K? Because, you know, 10K is a lot of money to a lot of people. But
Yeah.
then at a certain point, it's just like,
It's
I
just
lost.
numbers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just fucking numbers. And it's kind of hard to get to that point, essentially, is what I'm trying to say. It's
Yeah,
like,
but then
wow.
again, this is how you should always think about investing. You should always know that, well, what I invest is it's not going to be my. I'm giving up my money, and the money that I invested is no longer mine. And
Yeah.
you have to plan on things that you don't have
Yeah,
to. This is
and
basically what you
Yeah.
do with
It,
I
investing.
would say, you know, when you begin to invest, you know, like you got to start small, and it's like never dip into your kind of like true reserves, you know, savings. It's like
No.
start investing with your fuck you money first.
in theory, that's cool, but like for people who don't have that much, and they're once people are like in a hole, sort of, and I don't mean like, oh, they bet and they lost. It's a little like, okay, I'm betting this so I can make it in any sort of way. Then the emotional, they start thinking like emotional shit,
Yeah, that's a
and
big problem.
yeah, like the plan, you start planning around shit that ain't real. Like, oh, I'm like, let me give you an example. Oh, I'm gonna buy all these calls on GameStop because it's definitely gonna go up. And then you start thinking of all the shit you're gonna spend on the move that didn't even happen yet. You're not thinking of proper protection and all that. You're just thinking of all the money that in your mind you already spent.
Yeah.
Or you might be on the bad side of a move, but in your mind you're thinking, oh, okay, it's gonna recover any time now, so why should I worry? And then it goes down to like 40 or 50, negative 40 or negative 50. But
Yeah.
you're not even thinking of that really. You're just thinking of, oh, okay, it's gonna go back to 10%. I just need to be patient. And then it goes to zero, and then you just end up fucked up. Or your mind is in the present, but you're scared to like make proper plans because that means acknowledging that you fucked up that bad. So you just wait, hoping it gets better, but then you just fuck up worse.
Yeah.
And
Which is
no, go ahead.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is, in the end, it all comes down to you not caring, being distant, and you should not feel the emotions, but you should feel the emotions of others, of other people in the market. Because when you know their emotions, you can, when you see the hype, you can more or less calculate what is going to happen, and
That
especially if you know the market.
That's
Because
true.
that if you're able to pull this off, if you're able to see what people are feeling about this, and if you're part of the elite, you can even manipulate what they feel like.
It's hard
And
to like deal with the actual shit without becoming one of those people on accident every fucking time.
yes,
I would
yes,
say like I would say like
because
80% of the art of the market is just turning into a sociopath, and I mean that completely seriously.
yeah, no, you're right. That's how the game's working. The, which is why it's very helpful to get into the mindset that the money that you invested is not your money anymore. You can think of it as offering it as an offering. You've had the money, now it's not your money, it's an offering to the market.
See, now that's true until you get that first good lick and you get like what 10, 20 times what you invest on something stupid. After that moment, you know what you put into the market?
Yeah.
You put everything you have at hand is at risk. That's the kind of shit where, okay, maybe I can sell my blood and my children to some pedo and get like $100,000. You start thinking of all those fucked up levels, like subconsciously, even if you're not aware of it.
Yeah. No, I understand.
And even if you don't have the skill to actually keep the money you make, but that whole emotional aspect is like people don't understand until they actually do it. It is firmly rooted in human biological gambling logic.
And I think at these times, this is a perfect time to use your knowledge about magic and Kabbalah and Hermeticism and Gnostics to see these things, and to act differently.
Yeah, but it's kind of like how people deal with love. It's something you think about, but you feel it stronger. Like, yeah, you can know you're doing some stupid shit,
I
but
know.
as a human, you're gonna have the instinct and thus the drive to go with your subconscious self to make yourself psychologically comfortable.
I know, but I mean, the first thing is to know. Then you have to do it. Then comes the interaction, and I mean, if you're disciplined enough, which is, I think discipline is a big part of magical practice too. Then, and you have the plan, then I think you should be fine. But I don't know. I mean, I don't have my own money, so because I'm still a student.
Trust me, as long as you
Just
have two
think
kidneys,
about it,
you have
right?
some money.
The allure is like, oh, I have like, let's say $1,000 and I can turn it into 20,000.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like that alone right there just should be ringing alarm bells. Like, you know what I mean? It's like free money just doesn't like materialize for no reason. It's just like these fucking PUAs or anything. It's like, oh, you want to get girls, buy my book. It's like you don't get rich
Or you
by
do it once and then never again.
well, yeah, that too, but it's like, if you're buying something, you're not like getting rich. It's like you're paying somebody and that person you paid got richer off your idiocracy.
Yeah. I mean, in the end, it's
So this whole thing about like, oh, I bought a few bitcoins, now I'm a millionaire or whatever. It's like it's such a joke. Like you haven't earned anything in terms of value. It's just like this artificial conflated value that people put on literally nothing.
I don't know. I'm
especially
thinking maybe
if the stock doesn't give you any dividends like Google.
Well, the thing about stock is like, it's backed by actual companies that produce products and services. So there is some value to it.
there's an actual transfer of power going on.
Yeah, but
it's like, oh, I bought like
it's still
1,000 Luna coins and I'll be the next billionaire. It's like, dude, you deserve to get grifted and fuck off to the afterlife if you're that stupid.
Yeah, but then again, the same thing can also very easily happen with stocks too, depending on the market. I mean, it's still very fictional, and if you and laws can screw you over. I mean, if you have like what's it called, ADR.
Yeah, no,
Know
I
what an
mean,
ADR? Yes. So
the whole concept of money in itself is, a fallacy. It's, basically, essentially, I view money as time. Like you're basically buying or trading time. Like, yeah, I could go to the store, buy a bag of coffee, get a coffee machine, brew it myself, go out and buy a mug, wash my cup, all this shit. Or I can go to Starbucks and pay $10 for a cup of coffee. Which is more convenient to you? Taking all that time to brew your own perfect cup, or just pay the overpriced $10 paper cup piece of shit coffee? I think most people end up opting out to just get their Starbucks coffee because it's faster, cheaper, and convenience. That's all it is, dude. Like there is no quote unquote like inherently money value. It's like you're just buying time. Hey, I went to the butcher shop, I bought a steak for $50. Yeah, you can go fucking raise your own cattle and have a steak in a year or something. But it's who's gonna do that? You know what I mean?
I think even like the first forms of, I might be remembering this wrong, but I think I might be remembering something way back where I heard like the first forms of currency were like little stones hunter gatherers would trade each other, but they were representative of favors owed. So like the first currency was like an indicator of human labor itself, but
like a blowjob.
well, yeah, I would hope so. It's probably
Back
something.
then,
Yeah, no,
beta boxing paid off.
that's literally what currency is. It's trade for time. Like it's a guarantee that you will do this for something in exchange. And if one party doesn't honor it, then it's completely worthless.
All right. Hey, Les, come up. I need to ask you whether this is the labor theory of value or not. This sounds like suspiciously close to it now.
Jack, could you maybe type in the chat which books do you have on the left-hand part, for example, and other stuff that you would recommend me to read?
Oh shit. I remember I started like researching chaos magic, but
Yeah, just go ahead and
trying
type something in. I'd be very happy to get it.
let's see. No, I got so much. I have like a whole library, but I have everything split between a few computers and shit. Because like I wasn't about to pay for a goddamn thing. Oh, let's see. I got one right here.
Me too. Never pay for stuff like this. Never pay for stuff like this.
Yeah, I got
an artificially inflating the Applesoft market just to pull the rug from the plebs. Yeah, I have been. How'd you figure it out, my dude?
Yeah, if you want to know why food prices went up, it's because Mystery keeps on hogging the world supply of it.
Told you.
Yeah, it's not the Russians. It's just one fucking turbo Tyrone fucking immigrants and cornering applesauce and shit.
These guys down with black magic.
No, not everybody, just me. All right, I have one. Our name is Melancholy, the complete books of Azrael. About this woman.
Wait. I gotta write that shit down. Wait.
Oh.
How is it called?
Here's one book I just pulled from next to me because I got shit all around me. Our name is Melancholy, the complete books of Azrael.
Okay, our name is Melancholy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's about this lady that falls in love with death.
The fuck? Just reverse Thanos?
Well, yeah, pretty much. Well, they love each other, but it's not like you're literally talking about the angel death. So dude's actually pretty cool.
Okay. But does it have any magical value?
No, it doesn't have any pictures in it. Magical value, none except for like understanding metaphysics and all that. But
It's good enough. Okay, our name is Melancholy. Okay.
Yeah, I just pulled something else from next to me. Let's
And
see. Oh, I know
you could type it
one.
into the chat. That'd be a lot more convenient than
All right. Yeah,
Mystery Hydraulics
I'll
can.
just hold on. Yeah, I'll just type the rest of the stuff into the chat. But one more I remember was a book called The Dark Lord, which was talking about a few connections between H.P. Lovecraft and Crowley. But that's just off the top of my head. It's actually interesting. Yeah.
Praise Satan. Hail Hitler. I said
Yo. Holy moly! If I said it.
Yeah, you'd be a dead man.
Yeah.
There's far worse things. There's far worse things out there than Satan. But
it's whatever when the mystery school controls the forklift operators. I do. How do you get? You got to figure out everything out. Do what the fuck?
Yeah,
it's been me and me the whole time.
Yeah, it's little known that the forklift is actually at the top of the tree. That's what's outside the universe. Everything was crafted by the forklift operators, and we seek to go back to the forklifts.
Yes. To become one with the forklift.
Yes, that's what ascension means when you raise the forklift and get to the second level.
Let's see. Find some new music real quick. This one here. The Earth is an apple. Closest thing we will ever get to Magic of Science, Golem Max, Sexbot Max, Blade Runner style. Based.
Yeah, fucked
up. I don't know if Mystery's
is
about to end the stream. Nah, I still got like a half hour left.
Yeah, fucked up thing is VVS. A lot of the shit we're doing technologically now is like on the conceptual level, shit I've already read before, and like concepts that already existed. Like if you read about shit about the astral plane and all that sort of bullshit, that's basically the fucking metaverse. A lot of shit people are doing now are just conceptual copies of other ancient ideas. So like when I talk about like, oh, the technological future and all that, half the time it's because I already read it.
Look who it is.
The Lost.
Hey, Last.
Hello, Lost.
I think we got an echo.
All right, see if we got an echo going. Is it gone?
Test.
Yeah, I'm surprised the Pyramid hasn't tried to join.
Yeah, feels kind of weird.
I can give him
I read
time.
a comment earlier that said that Pyramid was basically he was leaving.
Leaving from YouTube?
Yeah, said that he was done. I don't know how true that is. I don't keep up with the guy.
I think I saw him on stream, though. Like he was on stream. Not on stream, but in the chat. He was.
Yeah, I doubt he's gone forever. He'll probably show up again later. You know what they say? You can quit the black pill, but the black pill didn't quit you. So.
Oh,
Yeah.
I saw in first server apparently what's his face? Held by the Dashboard Light has a stalker void from California. Supposedly
Just held by the Dashboard Light, Max, yo.
Yeah, like
so the
she
black
had a video
pill spheres
like,
is run by Chads. Like
no, like supposedly HBL's first name's Alex because she calls him Alex. Her video was titled "Responding to HBL" or whatever, and I think they know each other to some degree. But yeah, she's definitely low IQ, autistic. Like just by hearing her speech, I didn't see her face or anything because she doesn't show it. But Yeah, apparently he has a stalker,
Yeah,
and you know
so
she's ready to have his kids and all. So
Yeah, it's probably some trans guy.
Tierman's health isn't good and has been playing almost all the
no,
time.
y'all can
Jolin,
say
if you
all
may
that shit
enjoy one.
about low IQ y'all want to. I remember when we had those fucking anime build a bitch like videos and shit. Everybody picked low IQ like 8 out of 10 times.
Yeah.
So
Just
clearly
because
that's not
low
the real
IQ,
problem.
no,
don't
no.
act like you wouldn't.
hold on. When I say low IQ, I'm
I fuck
talking
a retarded bitch right
mentally.
now. Like,
Yeah, mentally retarded.
Oh,
Like when we say low IQ, we just don't want a smart bitch that keeps talking back and all that stuff. But it's like, you know, low IQ as in, yeah, mental handicapped.
Does she fuck? Now we're talking.
But yeah, I mean that's the bottom line. That's all
Drolly,
that matters. Go ahead, Jack.
nah, I can't believe that there are probably people even in this chat that fucking dream of taking a retarded bitch and like going home and take care of her. Like, I don't know.
holy fuck.
Oh, I have saved this woman from a fucking mental hospital. Now she has to love me forever. Like,
Holy fuck.
I know it's
literally, I
happened
was
before.
like, I think I had like a thought today, like,
Pyramid was pleading for help to help find better employment. Wow.
Damn.
Pyramid sounds like he's
does,
having a really hard,
landscaping, right?
having a rough time. Yeah.
Yeah, I do wish him the best though, honestly.
Jack.
Yeah, like wish no ill will on the guy.
Jeb Bush energy molasses, but of course.
I was literally thinking today that it'd be really cool if I'd get like a blind Stacy that nobody somehow wants because she's blind, and she doesn't really care about looks because
Yeah,
she's
that-
blind.
Yeah, didn't that happen
Vivi-
in The Mask? in like that in the movie Mask. How did that turn out again?
All right, hold on. I can comment on this. VVS already had discussion about that shit about getting disabled bitches for like 2 hours. The determination was her friends will cock block you because they're gonna be looking out for all the goddamn times. You are never just gonna find some disabled girl like Katawa Shujo and just get your fucking lily dreams and shit. Like, no, there's no Hanako out there waiting for you. If she doesn't cock block you, her friends or family definitely will, if not worse.
But
Yeah, I
what
mean,
if
it
they're
only
They-
blind
makes
too?
like the
No, they were
family
talking
will-
about everybody from blind girls to midgets. Like, though every stone has already been unturned years ago. I'm sorry.
We out here
Holy
talking
fuck.
about midgets.
Have you seen midget porn?
Yeah, I miss VVS.
I don't have to comment. God damn it, shit.
It's fucking hilarious.
It was interesting. I could say that. wasn't
Yeah,
necessarily
informative.
my
You.
thing, but it's like, okay, I can see this for 30 minutes. Like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, that's the bottom line. Does she get you hard? If it is, then what's the problem?
I guess that's why people say 2D is better than 3D.
Yeah, let alone the
That's
fact that
just
coping,
all-
but
That's just all cope. Nothing beats the
Yeah.
real deal.
yeah, it's extreme cope.
Eventually, we'll cross a dimensional barrier, then have 5D.
Yeah.
Quantum VR porn, man.
What, like some reverse take on me sort of shit? Like what?
I mean,
Well, I
but
guess y'all never saw that music video.
no. At
No,
the end
sorry,
of the
man.
day, like what do you call this? Snuggles is all in the brain, right? Like you're experiencing all these pleasures and chemicals like firing off in your brain. If you could recreate that to a certain degree, like anything is irrelevant to a sense.
Just take the sex pill. The snuggle spill. I'm sorry.
Actually, there was an article back I read. They were like, you can take a drug to mimic that sensation of like falling in love or whatever.
Yeah, is that heroin or ecstasy? I forgot.
I don't know.
I don't think that's it's either. I think the neurotransmitters that are important for oh no, it might be heroin. Yeah, it might be heroin actually, because I think oxytocin is very important for love. And let me look it up. I don't want to tell any lies, but I think I remember that oxytocin looked like was an opioid. Oxytocin. Let me look. Nah. I told complete bullshit. Fuck. What
Look, we're
was
trying
it
to take the right drug after this stream. We need to know.
What is it? Oxytocin?
Yeah.
What's that for? I can't remember.
It's important for birth, but
Bonding.
I think it's also
Yeah.
bonding too. Yeah, Liebe Vertrauen, blah blah. Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
not
I
a
told complete
biochemist, so
bullshit. Yeah, I think I'm a pharmacist, but I fucking fail. Yeah, I
No.
hate structures. I have to learn them, but I hate them.
Yeah, pretty much. I think I would say most things might be, somewhat like what's the word? Mimicable. I think
Yes.
even better, Bachelor was talking about the male birth control pill. It's like you take it and it
And you're
suppresses
castrated.
no, you don't have to do no surgery whatsoever. It
Yeah,
like
but you can still get castrated, even if you don't do any surgery, like chemical castration.
Yeah, like what's his name? Alan Turing and all that.
yeah, no, this one's reversible, as in you take
Yes,
it blocks it temporarily while you're taking the drug, and if you
Yes.
quit, it comes back.
Yeah, it's chemical castration. Chemical castration can be reversible. I remember it from the lectures.
Yeah, so they're testing it on rats or whatever, and so far it's been pretty effective. So
I think it's there might be some drugs out there that you can like legally take, but you have to go to the doctor first.
Yeah, kind of a tangent, but I think I remember some people saying that the jab can actually affect male fertility. But so there's some birth control. So is that a bug or a feature?
Kazakhstan Wimbledon champion. Yeah, I've heard about it. Fucking like how in God's name? Wimbledon.
yeah, I still haven't taken the jab, so I don't see the need for it.
Yeah, you
ever.
didn't. Great.
Nope.
yeah, and
Lost
all
it
that
to
hubbub kind of died down anyway.
Last, did you take the jab?
Oh, me? No.
Jack?
No, I didn't care enough to do it.
I took every single shot there was, dude. What you talking about?
Yeah, what are you talking about? Mystery's on his like 9th booster shot, dude.
Yeah, dude. The fuck you guys aren't taking a shot for? What's wrong with you guys?
Yeah.
So that's how you get all that pussy. You just get jabbed so much.
You get jabbed so
No
often,
wonder.
it just doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
He has
Jabbed by the.
jab confirmation on his bank account.
Yeah.
He goes to the hospital, gets his jab, and uses game to get laid with the what do you
with
call
that jab
Maxis?
card.
Yeah. You feel like, oh, you were so brave taking your jab. You're so manly. Oh, these muscles. And it's like, yes.
Yeah, for the African American community,
got
some
more
of us might
down.
remember that "Vax That Ass Up" campaign. So, Mister, do you remember that?
Vax that ass up. What the fuck?
Shit, might. Y'all remember that? There was literally a campaign. I think it was by the Democrats. They had what's his name? I think Juvenile. One of the motherfuckers talking about vax that ass up like a whole 2-minute song, and everybody was
No
mad as
way.
hell about that trifling shit.
It sounds like it would
I'm
happen in
dead
the
serious.
African American community.
I've never heard of it, but I believe it.
It didn't happen to us. They were doing it trying to get us to get the shit. Like, hold on. Let me see if I can find it right quick.
Yo, guys, I think
Dang up.
I think I'll go.
All right, Goran, thanks for coming on, my dude.
Yeah. Thank you for having me. Jack, have you typed in everything you wanted?
Oh shit! I
Yeah,
totally
man.
forgot.
Everything that I requested.
And I'll just.
I mean, you have Discord, don't you? I can just contact you through Discord.
Yeah.
Okay. What was your username?
Dank spreads.
Also...
So.
Dank spreads.
Yeah, I'll type it in the.
Yeah, type it in.
But yeah, on a parting note, Goran, I hope you're prepared, boyo, because Germany's fucked.
Yeah, Germany's hard. Fuck. I hope that I can get my second governmental exam in time before Germany starts burning.
No, I'm talking stock up on food and all the other essentials.
I mean, yes, but if there won't be any food or energy resource, or I don't know what the hell is going on to be what's going to happen in the future, but it won't be something that will help me achieve my pharmacy degree. So I hope that I can finish it before Germany burns to ashes.
Yeah, good luck, buddy, boyo.
Yeah, thank you very much, and until next week, maybe we'll see.
We'll see, buddy.
Bye.
Peace
The
out.
long-awaited 100.
Yeah.
Episode 100. Big 100.
So, Mister, are you still thinking about making that one the last one?
I thought about it. I haven't really decided yet. I feel like I might still stream. I might just do like more a weekday streams and do less weekend streams. So I might do like one or two weekday streams out the week, and then yeah, that'd be the plan. But I haven't decided if I want to keep doing SNC or not. Once I get TFM on.
Is that even possible?
Casket drops. Yeah, I don't even know how to. Yeah, it's even possible anymore.
Oh, I think I heard him on another Black Pill channel's what do you call it, stream. But this guy's so small, he has like less than like 300 subs too. So I wonder how he even got TFM on. I haven't watched the video, but I saw the name. I was like, a chat with TFM, an hour-long video. I was like, bookmark, but yeah. Is that you last with the TV?
No, it sounds like the apocalypse is happening though.
Nah. Some jerk talked about Hurricane Irma back in 2017. Yeah, apparently Fox has a fucking channel devoted completely to weather. Fucking, it's 2.6, so he knows off-brand is like triple hell. So
Pluto and Oreo, man, I had to work on these guys. TFM is on Odyssey too. Yeah, that one I know about.
Freedom Tube.
Hurry cope.
I guess first is never gonna happen.
Yeah, probably never gonna happen.
The best we can get is him lurking, and that's about it.
Yeah, he has popped in a few times, hasn't he?
Yeah, it was a long time ago though.
Okay.
Either way, next stream is going to be 12 to whatever. Depends on how I'm feeling that day. Stream from midday till I can stop
Yeah.
streaming.
I wish I
12-hour stream.
I could make it.
No one will be there. I'm sure some crazy fucker watched the whole damn thing. I'm like, okay, dude, you're crazy.
Yo, Mystery, check this
Yeah,
article
probably
out.
most of the people here, to be honest. Like, shit.
Check what out.
I posted in the private chat, but it's just hilarious.
Sunday scaries.
Sophrology exercises can help alleviate the Sunday scaries. Sunday night anxiety, how to alleviate the Sunday scaries, according to an expert. So nothing quite like the feeling of dread that creeps into your Sunday evening is there, despite your best attempts to brush away the thoughts of a week ahead to make the most of your time off and forget about work for a little bit while longer. They somehow find a way in. We're talking, of course, about the Sunday night anxiety, or Sunday scaries, as often called. It's a form of anticipatory and anxiety. Wow. About the week ahead, especially in the response to the idea of returning to work. Sunday night anxiety can be really disruptive for those who suffer from it. It's true. We all get the Sunday night anxiety, dude.
I get the
Oh,
week
yeah.
Yeah,
the
doesn't-
weeknight, the just the nightly anxiety. What are you talking about?
Just existing is like a
That-
problem now.
Like
Didn't
this article's
Ted
written
Kaczynski have a
for.
point about
Go ahead, Jack.
Phil? Now, didn't Ted Kaczynski have a point about how your society's like on a base level dysfunctional if you have to medicate everybody just to function in it?
Kaczynski and probably some Huxley too.
Wouldn't surprise me if he said that, because like it only makes some sense, honestly, because like you can't have a society. Your society's so fucked up that people would like to be on drugs to fucking survive in it. Something's wrong.
Yeah, this article reeks of catering to the weak ass millennials. I can't face Monday.
Hey, if you want to alleviate the Sunday night scaries, just tune in to SNC, man. This little hourly few hour program gets me through the whole week. It's the only thing I have to look forward to.
Dude, some of the advice is like complete blue pill trash. Sitting forward in a chair, breathe easy, close your eyes, and start to visualize yourself sitting in a bubble.
Yeah, meanwhile, some fucking jerk in the Comanches like 200 years ago just had to fucking exist and shit.
Needs to not have to worry about Monday. That's true. 105.8 Cope FM radio.
You know, it's
Face
kind
for
of fucked
radio.
up. Like, not. And a voice for print. No, y'all
Dude,
know what I thought.
Hold on. Everything about this article's advice is picture something negative and put it in this bag of bubble and pop that bubble and make it go away.
No, Jarlis, you don't understand. You have to make your truth possible. Not the truth, just your truth.
Look at this. Hold out your hand as you picture holding the bag, using your other hand to quote unquote physically place it into the bag. Name each one that goes in. When done, close the bag. Like, just think about negative shit, put it in this imaginary bag, and then like get rid of it.
Yeah, that's literally how people do magical ritual. So I'll just let that speak for itself. Hell, that's how people do communion, to be honest.
Bill Greathouse accusing first as an agent has gone too far. What the fuck?
Who the fuck is Bill Greyhouse?
You tell me, dude.
He's the original TFL.
Get that bag, girl. Waste his time, girl.
Back when I guess it was just Bill Greyhouse and Steve Oka. I remember them all the way back in like 08, 09. because I remember when the TFL movement was getting big, the Amazing Atheist actually made a video making fun of him. I'm like, dude, that seems a little low, but whatevs. That was then. He still makes fun of incels today.
Yeah, it's kind of like Trump. Everybody made fun of the shit for like 10 years to end up running the country.
The weak always punch down, I guess.
Yeah. So, like, when people go back in time, is this going to be like the 1001 Arabian Nights of incels? Kind of like you have a I just noticed that like you have 100 SNC episodes, you got 1001 stories of the Arabian Nights, like just like these are the stories of our ancestors inscribed on audio and video and shit. And I don't know how you'd had descendants as an incel, but
someone will find these videos one day and be like, "What the fuck happened to society?"
It should be categorized, cataloged, and stored in the Library of Congress.
Maybe it will be one day.
yeah, mister, you better say this shit to a hard drive for real.
Probably should. It's gonna get fucking yeet off the internet one day.
You know it is. You're gonna get like secretly flagged by some soy over like a few days and not even know the shit. Then it's just gonna like disappear, and then all this shit is gonna be lost to time.
Nah, it's never gone from the internet, dude.
Especially
Never
since I
gone.
said all that. No, especially since I said all that Kabbalistic shit. Probably gonna get murked. Like, yeah. So
No, I think the algorithm is like backed up, dude. Because that when I got my second strike, it was like for the Chad 19 video I put out a year ago, and I was like, man, why am I getting flagged for this shit like a year later?
I still wouldn't take chances.
It's like we'll get flagged for SNC 80.
But just get a physical solid state hard drive or some shit. So if things go to worse, you can always just upload it on Odyssey like every other conspiracy theorist, and we'll have our shit. Or you can post it to MGTOW.TV, even though nobody fucking goes there.
The dead internet theory, dude. It might be real. Most websites are just fucking dead zones. The internet's really fucking dead, and only a handful of websites that have any real traffic. Who knows? This would be hieroglyphics. FBI has all the episodes on like archive. They definitely do.
Yeah.
Going to get flagged for all the pyramid episodes. Possibly. After that, Bill got trolled severely and started making videos last fall. Wow. Copetow TV. Let's see. Bill Greathouse banned a first account, and that made an account disappear from his ban list. Bill showed it. First came back, and Bill declared he unbanned himself because so he was an agent. The fuck? That's what happened back in 2020. Flag for too much autism, dude. Yeah, tell me about it. All right, let's end the stream. Fuck it, dude. Let's do some fucking last words. We're almost done. My dude. Last words. Oh, he's not even here.
Oh, you guys asking for me?
Yeah, last words, my dude.
Last words. Stack your bread. Get the fuck out. Stay based and black pilled.
There you go, buddy. Thanks for coming on, my dude.
Oh, no
Peace
problem.
out. Chad Nickelback, my dude. Last words.
Yeah, I won't be available next week, so just in case this is the last thing I ever get to say here, I regret nothing. I stand by every word I said, and this place this modern Western society is not worth preserving. And in fact, is the worst thing that happened to humanity in a long fucking time.
There
Thus
you go.
saith Jack Nickelback.
Just say if Jack Nickelback, my dude. Thanks for coming on, my dude.
All right.
All right. Draws, my dude. Last words.
Yeah, I'm gonna preach JSB theory, which is just stay based.
Fucking based. What a based fucking way to end it. All right, buddy. Thanks for coming on, my dude.
Peace out.
All right, then there was one. No pussy, no peace, no grim. Legalized prostitution would be something for sure. Yeah, for sure. Definitely gonna come in the future one day. Get your CDL Class A. Yeah. What the? Ligma. Ligma what, dude? The right to keep and bear cope shall not be infringed. Yeah, I'll let you guys know if I'm going to keep going or not next stream. Be Larry the Chad of Lobster. He climbed the lobster hierarchy. Yeah, dude. Just climb the lobster hierarchy, my dudes. Been quite the fucking stream. Blue balls matter. All right, my dudes. Well, it's been quite the stream. Hope you guys enjoyed. Peace out. See you guys on the flip side. Episode 100 next week. And then maybe not next week. I haven't really decided yet. I haven't decided when I'm going to do episode 100 yet, but I got to figure out a day and get it over with. So yeah, episode 100. No guest. No clips. No nothing. I've never received anything from anybody, so I guess the stream wasn't really that good. Who knows? All right, guys. Peace out. Maybe we'll get a few articles and stuff like that for next stream. And yeah, see you guys next time.